Unmute. Azmatlah, unmute. No, go mute.
Good afternoon, Honorable Jaffer. We can hear you.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, can we take this moment and observe a moment of silence or meditation? Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, I would like to remind all the delegates that the rules relating to the visual and hybrid meetings and sitting does apply to this sitting. I have been informed that there will be no notices or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first and second order of the order paper, which is policy debate on budget vote 16, basic education, and policy debate on budget vote 17, which is higher education and training. I would like to request Honorable Huarube, Minister of Basic Education, followed by Honorable Nkabane, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, to open the debate.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, to the Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mhaule, to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Feni, to honorable members of the NCOP, the DG, and the senior officials of the DBE, good afternoon. On behalf of the department I lead and the Deputy Minister, we would like to express our gratitude to the National Council of Provinces for the opportunity to table the 2024-2025 Budget Vote 16. House Chair, this budget vote takes place under very unique circumstances in our country. Unique in that we are operating within a government of national unity, which is important and historically significant because it reflects the will of the people. Chair, we also operate under extremely difficult fiscal conditions, which require innovation, creativity, and firm financial discipline in all our provinces. As we navigate these unique times, we are reminded of our shared commitment to uplift and empower every child in South Africa through the provision of quality education, especially every child living in poor communities located in every part of the country. Together with our MECs, it is our mandate to give meaningful expression to the right to basic education as it is enshrined in our Constitution. The power of education to change one's life trajectory cannot be underestimated. Njengamntu osuka ezilalini zaseQonce eMpuma Koloni ndiyayazi imeko yabantwana nootitshala abaninzi abafundela befundisa phantsi kwazo. Ngaphezu koko ndiyayazi ukubaluleka kwemfundo esemgangathweni ndiyazela apha kum. Ngendingamanga apha namhlanje ukuba ndandingazange ndifumane ingqeqesho nemfundo esemgangathweni. Access to quality basic education should not be a privilege that is afforded only to a few. There are far too many children in our country for whom quality education is out of reach and for whom life chances are severely diminished. And so we simply cannot shrink away from our responsibilities to them. Chair, this speech is not going to delve deep into detailed implementation plans. That will come in time. But this is a clarion call to all our stakeholders in the sector and provincial education departments to tighten their belts, accelerate delivery, and guard against falling foul of our constitutional responsibilities of delivering quality education to all. While there are improvements in terms of outcomes at a matric level, I remain deeply concerned about the financial management of some provinces and the infrastructure backlogs which remain. Members of this House, we need your intervention and your diligence in holding us all accountable to high standards of delivery. As the House that is concerned with provincial mandates, I implore you to be our eyes and our ears on the ground, conducting oversight, giving feedback on your findings in order for us to improve our service. All provinces must pull together to sustain the improvements that have been made throughout the years. However, Chair, the debate today is about sober allocation of resources and funds which we have obtained from the fiscus. So although the usual five-year planning cycle does allow for changes, given that this government was sworn in halfway through the academic year, there was little to be gained, and frankly, it would have been irresponsible to change fundamentally some of the programs already in operation. But despite that, we must consistently strive to do better and objectively assess whether all the programs we have are impactful and changing lives. We must be bolder, we must be ambitious, we must set high targets for ourselves. And it is for this reason that the center must hold and must be responsive, and everybody else in the system must play their part. This is also why provincial departments must be responsive and obsessive about delivery. Let me make an example. It is important that we communicate to communities about projects that are coming to them. Often you will see communities striking, saying that there are delays in their projects that need to be delivered. And sometimes it's simply a matter of us not communicating in time with communities, that this is when the delivery of their projects is anticipated to come. And when there are delays, we need to take them along with us. In this regard, I have begun the work of also critically assessing our targets and milestones as a department. Already in my short time in office, I have been asked by parents of learners who are reaching the end of grade 4 who cannot read for meaning or manipulate simple numbers, how we intend to improve this. Literacy is the only way we can unlock economic opportunities for our learners in the future. I therefore applaud those components of our national system who have taken it seriously and how important it is to increase our reading and calculating ability of our youngest learners, making sure that every learner has a fair chance of staying the course until grade 12. While there have been some improvements, our literacy and numeracy rates remain unacceptably low. This is why we need to move towards utilizing and exploiting the value of mother tongue-based bilingual education. Research confirms that there is value in utilizing mother tongue-based bilingual education to drive up literacy rates. In this regard, we must be deliberate and support this implementation. The collaboration and cooperation of the Council of Education Ministers is critical to the work that we do. We need MECs to hold their departments accountable and seriously drive outcomes. This is a collaborative effort. The true implementation power of this department lies in the provinces. And that is where this House and its powers really becomes critical in the work that we do, in you helping us drive these outcomes. The link between monitoring and improvements is obvious, but it's sometimes easy to confuse that increased monitoring will automatically lead to increased performance. This is simply not the case. So, Chair, this is another area where I will be critically assessing whether our efforts to monitor quality in the system are truly driving improvements. South Africans are rightfully concerned about the quality of education offered in our public schools and the level of assessment that we do. To address these and other pressing education issues, I intend to establish an advisory council representative of the basic education system as soon as possible. This needs to include all our key stakeholders across the sector, as well as experts in key disciplines. This week, I had the pleasure of interacting with all 5 teacher unions, and I can report, Chair, that the leadership of the teacher unions declared their support for this administration and have committed to working together to lift the system from where it currently is to a better level. And so as we continue to build for the future, Chair, we must recommit to building a solid foundation for a quality and efficient basic education system, which takes the learner from the ECD level through to foundation, intermediate, and senior phases, further to further education and training band. In line with this commitment, we have identified 5 key priorities as the 7th administration, which will inform our decision-making in this portfolio. The first one is that we want to intensify our efforts to improve access to and the quality of early child development, because we recognize that laying a strong foundation for our children is important for their future. Number 2, we want to be steadfast on improving literacy and numeracy skills across all the phases of schooling. Number 3, we want to improve access to and the quality of inclusive education, particularly for our communities and our learners with special education needs. Fourthly, we want to intensify and improve access to and the quality of training and professional development opportunities that are available to our school management teams and our teachers. This is important because teachers are the backbone of the education system. So we must be able to support them as much as possible in order for them to be effective in the work that they do. And finally, but certainly not least, we will be working tirelessly to improve the safety and the quality of school environments for our learners and our teachers, especially because this is important for their dignity. This includes reducing overcrowding in classrooms, improving access to electricity, water, and adequate sanitation facilities, and removing inappropriate structures such as pit toilets in our schools. In particular, I will carefully review the recently published norms and standards for school infrastructure to ensure that it gives greater clarity and drives meaningful improvements in this regard. Chair and members, we cannot have learners in danger of drowning in pit toilets or learning in inappropriate infrastructures 30 years into our democracy. I have discussed this with my colleagues, the 9 education MECs, about these priorities and the need to move with speed in order for us to drive outcomes. Chair, now allow me to table the budget as follows. The Provincial 2024-2025 financial year budget is as follows. The Eastern Cape Department of Education is allocated 42.4 billion rand. The Free State Department of Education is allocated 17.9 billion rand. The Gauteng Department of Education is allocated 65.8 billion rand. KwaZulu-Natal Basic Education Department is allocated 63 billion rand. Limpopo is allocated 40 billion rand. Mpumalanga Department of Education is allocated 26.4 billion rand. The Northern Cape is allocated 8.1 billion rand. The Northwest Department of Education is allocated 22 billion rand. And the Western Cape Department of Education is allocated 30.8 billion rand. Therefore, the total budget allocation for the Department of Basic Education and the 9 provincial education departments combined for this current financial year is 324.5 billion rand, which is an increase of 3.4% from the previous financial year. Now, House Chair and honorable members, we wish to remind the House of our action plan, which is called Towards the Realization of Schooling 2030, which gives expression to the Constitution, to the NDP, as well as continental and international conventions, which continue to provide the moral imperative and mandate for government to make the social justice principles of access, of redress, of equity, of efficiency and inclusivity, and quality education opportunities available to all. The Council of Education Ministers in the SIT administration had approved what they called the Provincial Inclusive Basket to provide monitoring and evaluation oversight to all provincial education departments. The Provincial Inclusive Basket includes the performance in national senior certificate examinations according to fee-paying status of the schools. The markers for success were the following: performance in critical subjects, which included accounting, mathematics, physical science, technical maths, participation in mathematics, bachelor passes attained, and passes with distinction achieved throughout the ratios. And so I do want, in as much as I lament some of the big challenges in our provinces, I do want to give credit where credit is due to the provinces. For instance, Mpumalanga and the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape have achieved the highest throughput ratios. Free State, KZN, and Gauteng have achieved the higher percentage pass rates. Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest have the higher maths participation. Limpopo, Free State have higher achievement in accounting. Western Cape, Free State, Gauteng, and Northwest have higher performance in maths and physical science. KZN and Western Cape had the highest passes with distinction. And so, Chair, my plea is that the work that is being done in these provinces must not only be sustained, but it must be radically improved in the next 5 years. As I said earlier, we need to work harder. We need to accelerate the outcomes in all aspects of the sector. There is growing acknowledgement that the deliberate and sustained systemic efforts must be made to improve the quality of teaching and learning in South Africa. It's common knowledge. At all times, we must remind ourselves about the non-negotiables of the sector. As with the government of national unity, our national and provincial stakeholders in the basic education sector need to work collaboratively, creatively, and earnestly, irrespective of our different backgrounds and beliefs, in order to make sure that we make meaningful strides in strengthening and enhancing our existing systems and doing everything possible to make sure that we improve the life chances of our children. The best interests of the learner need to guide our collective efforts. We continue to engage with the school governing body associations, the principals associations, the national organizations responsible for learners with special needs, as well as independent schools associations. These are some of the partners and stakeholders who do the work on the ground, and so their wise counsel is appreciated and will inform our work. In the coming weeks, I will also be visiting each and every one of the 9 provinces to engage with my provincial colleagues and their respective departments to ensure that my work is informed by the provincial realities and needs that they are experiencing. We wish to thank our Select Committee Chair and the honorable members to whom we met last week. They gave us invaluable input and committed to holding us accountable against targets and set goals. It was also encouraging to hear that the committee intends on conducting oversight across the country. Their observations are critical, not only to the work of this House, but to the work of the department. Siyabafuna amalungu eParlamente ayozibonela kumaphondo onke ngokwabo. Kaloku silapha nje sithunyiwe ngabemi beli ukuze sizobathethelela. Yiyo loo nto ke siwuxabisile umsebenzi weParlamente. I wish to thank the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule, and the DG, Mr. Mweli, and indeed the DBE team as a whole. Members, often we don't give credit where credit is due. In our public service, there are dedicated officials who seek to make meaningful change. I am pleased to note that there are many such in the Department of Basic Education. Let me end by thanking each and every stakeholder who plays an active role in the delivery of our education in our country each and every day, many of whom and some of whom who are here today as guests. From our schools, the principals, educators, staff, and governing bodies, to the teacher unions, the governing body associations, and independent schools associations that support them, to civil society, community-based organizations, and to the parents of our schools. Please do join me on my own learning journey in this department. With your support, we can improve the quality of education outcomes in South Africa. It is not insurmountable. And if we improve the learning outcomes in South Africa, we do so not just for this generation, but for further generations to come. Siyabulela.
Enkosi siyabulela nyani. I'll now invite our next speaker, also a young Minister of Higher Education, Minister Nkabane. The floor is yours.
House Chairperson, thank you so much. The Minister of Basic Education, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Buti Manamela, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Dr. Mimi Gondwe, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education of Basic Education, Honorable Dr. Mhaule, the Premiers present, the MECs, Honorable Members. The Department of Higher Education and Training has its footprint in all provinces through our institutions of higher learning consisting of public universities, the TVET colleges and community education and training colleges, as well as SETAs aiming to develop a skilled and capable workforce to support economic growth path. Before House Chairperson, I present our substantive submission to the policy debate today. Allow me to clear some of the housekeeping matters that are making news headlines pertaining to higher education and training. Firstly, House Chairperson, the headline that says Higher Education Department returns 580 million to National Treasury. This is indeed true. However, the headline does not provide the context. Today, I'm standing here before you to account and provide clarity in this regard. One, this 580 million, House Chairperson, was for compensation of employees as well as goods and services. This amount is a cumulative savings from 2 financial years against the final appropriation. We should then stop scoring cheap politics around this matter. It was not meant for student funding. The amount arises from personnel attrition, which the department could not fill due to COVID and delays in capital assets receipts in procurement processes. Our system makes provision for such unspent funds to be returned to National Revenue Fund. Even as the department surrenders this amount, I am happy to announce that it has achieved 99% performance against its target. However, we are going to address this gap that we have made. Secondly, Chairperson, In the same vein, the department will surrender an additional 115 million over this financial year. This is the residual amount from Vista University Trust that was meant to settle claims of former employees who were forced into early retirement where the university was merged. The last claim was processed in 2021 and the remaining funds must be surrendered to the National Revenue Fund. Thirdly, Chairperson, is the ongoing litigation between NSFAS and Ezaka Holdings, which is of public interest as the fund benefits over 1 million of students. For now, House Chairperson and honorable members, while we respectfully wait for our courts to adjudicate, our primary consideration is to ensure uninterrupted payment of benefits to students, to universities, to TVET colleges, and to auxiliary services providers such as accommodation landlords. We will be always on the side of the marginalized. Simele bona bantu basithumile abantu bakuthi. Yiyo lento silapha sizawuqinisekisa ukuba abantu bakuthi abantwana besikolo bayayifumana le mali efuna uba bayifumanile ye-NSFAS. Fourthly, Chairperson, is the so-called alleged appointment of the services SETA CEO. What we should understand is that appointments and terms of offices of SETA CEOs are aligned with the terms of offices of SETA boards or the accounting authorities. We are not going to violate our own statute. So in the interim, we'll make provisions as to ensure that there is no vacuum in the services SETA. For accountability purposes, I wish to bring to the attention of honorable members that the terms of offices of SETA boards are coming to an end in March 2025. We will then call for nominations, and I wish to assure this House that we will seek quality board members and we will prioritize their induction with a premium of their fiduciary responsibilities. Honorable members, in this current financial year, our work will be supported by a budget amounting of 137.5 billion with an annual average increase of 4.8% from 130.5 billion in 2023-2024 to 150.2 billion in 2026-2027. Through our DDM, we aim to promote integrated planning and coordination for sustainable development. House Chairperson will therefore continue to collaborate with the provinces to ensure that all our skills and training interventions provided through our institutions respond to provincial economic development and industry demands within specific districts. Through higher education, through higher health, we will continue to seek closer collaboration with the provincial governments in fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our universities, the TVET colleges and CT colleges. Gender-based violence requires all of us to harness our collective efforts in shared responsibilities. In 2020, my predecessor launched the GBV policy framework, and we have put systems and capacity in all our institutions to respond to gender-based violence. We will further ramp up our efforts to ensure that we reduce incidents of GBV. Honorable members, as I said in our 2024 budget vote presentation last week in the National Assembly, we have listened attentively to the voices from within and outside the PSET system agitating for transformation for efficiencies at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. I must mention that I personally myself is receiving a number of queries with reference numbers following up on their appeals and applications from students, and we are indeed attending to those appeals. I can assure this House today that we are dealing with all concerns raised by our stakeholders. We will further do so in recognition of our first democratic elected president, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, whose vision was to establish a government-funded national student financial aid model. We are working hard to address the current inefficiencies at NSFAS. However, we must also celebrate the successes of the scheme. From its humble beginnings in the early 1990s, NSFAS has grown from a budget of 33 million in 1991, serving 7,240 students, to about 47.6 billion in 2023, which is supporting 1.1 million students. Since its inception, NSFAS has supported more than 5 million beneficiaries, producing hundreds of thousands of skilled professionals and the middle class, especially those from the poorest of the poor. At the basic level, NSFAS represent the government's deliberate intervention to broaden access to those sections of communities who had no access to post-school education and training. Certainly, this is one of the most important achievements of this government over the past 30 years of our democracy. Early this year, we committed 3.8 billion initial capitalization fund to support missing middle students effective this financial year. This is the category of students who come from families with total income of more than 350,000, but not more than 600,000 per annum. At least 31,884 prospective learners stand to benefit from this investment. As we gradually implement the comprehensive funding model, we will continue to work with all funding stakeholders to ensure the multiple bursary schemes are consolidated. Honorable House Chairperson, in April this year, Dr. Blaine Zimande appointed NSFAS administrator and simultaneously dissolved the board. As the administrator takes over the governance, management, and administration of NSFAS for a period of 12 months, his task also involves resolving misalignment of data between NSFAS and institutions, resulting in the unreliability of data as a matter of agency, in order to ensure finalization of all necessary funding decisions and outstanding payments, including student accommodation, and overseeing the opening of the 2025 online application processes. I will closely monitor the work of NSFAS in addressing all challenges raised by stakeholders, including rooting out corruption and maladministration on the NSFAS grant payment system. We are working overtime to ensure that NSFAS system are ready for the commencement of the 2025 application season, which is scheduled to start in September this year. And we have agreed with the DG and the administrator that we should get or receive weekly progress reports in this regard. We remain resolute to change the size and shape of our post-secondary education and training system, particularly to expand the college sector. The National Plan for Post-School Education and Training directs that we should drastically increase intake in TVET and community education and training colleges. We are therefore targeting 1 million enrollment in community education and training colleges and 2.5 million in TVET colleges by the year 2030. Equally, we will continue to diversify our public universities based on their strengths and the need of the communities in which they are located, targeting 1.6 million enrollments by 2030. In improving the responsiveness of our PSET system to the world of work, we have significantly reduced the waiting period to issue certificates to qualifying candidates at our colleges. On average, certificates were released within 2 months during 2022-2023 financial year against the target of 3 months. We are investing in research and development and advancing in skills revolution to identify emerging skills gaps and trends in labor market to ensure our artisans are equipped with relevant skills for the job market. It remains our target to produce 30,000 artisans per annum. In this regard, in 2022-2023, we produced 19,461 artisans, and our target for 2024-2025 is to produce 26,500 artisans. The placement of unemployed TVET graduates into work integrated learning opportunities remains one of our priorities. With support from SETAs, we encourage our colleges to seek placement opportunities with both public and private sector institutions and with non-governmental organizations. The Centers of Specialization of Public TVET colleges have increased from 26 in 2019 to 53 in 2024. We have so far invested 238 million to upgrade the infrastructure at these centers. These centers play a critical role in producing more artisans required to grow our economy. In the current financial year, our total investment in infrastructure is 4.3 billion. We have completed the feasibility studies for the establishment of the University of Science and Innovation in Ekurhuleni and the University of Policing and Crime Detection in Hammanskraal. We intend to commence the construction of these two universities in 2025. Furthermore, House Chairperson, we have concluded a feasibility study for the establishment of a campus for the Tshwane University of Technology. The Imbali precinct led by the Durban University of Technology is taking shape with targeted completion of the engineering building in the current financial year. Lastly, planning for the Ulundi campus of the University of Zululand is also at the advanced stage. We are building and refurbishing our TVET colleges with modern facilities, updating the curriculum to align industry needs and fostering partnership with industries and businesses. We have increased our financial investment in TVET colleges education by allocating 2.6 billion to build the 12 new college campuses. We have further identified the 10 TVET colleges which have been allocated funding for improved ICT infrastructure in the current financial year. Student Accommodation House Chairperson has also received added attention in the last 5 years to increase access, success, and the safety for students. In this regard, the planning of new student accommodation in 7 institutions, including TVET colleges, is at an advanced stage. So far, House Chairperson and honorable members, 9,722 beds have been completed in the past 2 years to the value of 2.5 billion. Overall, through the lease to own scheme, we intend to complete 3,000 beds by 2031. We have also commenced the planning for the construction of Community Education and Training College and allocated 1 billion over the 3 years for this commitment. In conclusion, House Chairperson, my gratitude goes to the ministry staff, the DG and his team, the board and executive of our entities, the deputy ministers that I'm working with, and everybody who continues to be part of journey of developing skills and building I'm so sorry about that, and a capable workforce. I call upon members of the NCOP to support our initiatives as we traverse the length and breadth of our country to change the lives of the ordinary citizens of our country. Impula zikalujaqa, abantu bethu abangathathi ntweni. Enkosi.
Enkosi siyabulela, Minister. We will now take this opportunity and call upon Honorable Feni, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Science and Creative Industries, to come and address the House. Honorable members, please, if you feel like taking a comfort break, there are tea stations outside. You're more than welcome to do so.
Sure. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity, House Chair, to greet everyone who is currently in the House. Let me say all protocol is observed. Tingalibali, ukugqithisa amazwi kumntana negazi esinayo ngaphakathi. Ndithi kuwe mntana negazi inkosi mazithambe akazivumile. Let me take this opportunity as the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries to welcome the Budget Vote 16 of the Department of Education of Basic Education and Budget Vote 17 of the Department of Higher Education. Honorable House Chair, it was the late former President Nelson Mandela who said, I quote, It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of the great nation. A close quote. Indeed, education is a powerful weapon that can be used to overcome the triple challenges our country continues to grapple with, which include poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It is for this reason that I have pleasure of being part of this important portfolio committee. Honorable House Chair, on Tuesday, the 16th of July, our committee had the privilege of engaging with both the Departments of Basic Education and Higher Education, led by their respective honorable ministers and deputy ministers and senior officials who took us through their annual performance plan and proposed budget votes for the 2024-2025 financial year, all of which the committee had to consider. Having engaged robustly with the Department of Basic Education, I got to appreciate the proposed budget as it spoke to issues currently facing our education sector. One of the impressive commitments by this government of national unity is the appreciation of the need to improve schools' infrastructure. Hence, we saw that close to half of the department's budget commitment of 15 billion was towards the upliftment of the school infrastructure. The school infrastructure budget allocation through education infrastructure grant, which saw an 11% in financial year 2024-2025. And the accelerated school infrastructure delivery initiative will go a long way in overcoming backlogs in appropriate school structures. Provision of services such as water, sanitation, electricity in schools, and total eradication of pit latrines. Abantwana bangaphindi basondele nosondela ematyholweni apho thina sasithanda ukuyawusinceda khona sibethwa zimeko. Another impression we saw in the presentation of the budget is an increased allocation of the National Schools Nutrition Program to the tune of 9.8 billion in this financial year. That will ensure that each child will receive meal in school and no learner will be left behind because of an empty stomach. This is in line with the speech by our Honorable President, Ramaphosa, during his opening of Parliament on Thursday, where he stated that no child will study on an empty stomach. We, however, would like also to see more investment in other activities that will create an enabling environment for learners to thrive, which includes sport and cultural activities in school that will strengthen the health and well-being of learners, as well as foster social cohesion. We call for the smooth integration of early childhood development into basic education that will ensure that each and every child receive a good educational foundation, and also call for strengthening of the school curriculum that will enable learners to read for comprehension and understanding by the time they reach the age of 10. Abanye bethu sabanelishwa lokufundiswa ngedodoviyane, the locust. So this is a good response on that particular question. With regard to the Department of Higher Education, the committee acknowledges and appreciates the sector's efforts in ensuring that at least 1.3 million students from poor households in the missing middle will receive funding for higher education through National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NFSAS, which is allocated 46 billion. This is a significant milestone for the country, which continues to strive to build skills that will grow the economy and create jobs. The committee also appreciates the department plan to increase the number of TVET colleges that will train the much needed artisans in the country. However, the committee also raised concerns over the growing number of unemployed graduates that are not being absorbed by the labor market. In response to this challenge, we have called for the department to review that training offered by our institutions of higher learning as to whether it produces skills needed in the market. This will go a long way in trying to find solutions to the challenge of skills mismatch and redirecting students towards acquiring skills that are needed by the economy. The department is also to prioritize funding for scarce skills in the country to ensure that students can actively participate in the economy after graduation. We also call for the sector education and training authorities, our SETAs, and the National Skills Fund to prioritize empowering our youth with skills that drive entrepreneurship for those that are working towards starting their own business. Bangajikelezi indlu nezidanga babe bezifumene kodwa baye kwezindawo zifumanekayo. Lastly, we call for the increased funding for the technical and vocational training that will ensure that the country produces 30,000 newly trained artisans by the year 2030. Honorable House Chair, the committee adopted the budget votes for both departments, not as a blank check, but on condition that the budget will go to where it is intended to. As the committee will perform our oversight over these departments and ensure that the funds are used efficiently for the benefit of our people. We will leave no stone unturned in situations where we find abuse of or misuse of public funds. We will hold these departments fully accountable and ensure smooth running of the sectors. With those words, we call on this house to support both budget votes 16 of basic education and 17 of higher education. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I want to draw your attention to Rule 58, which provides that a delegate must address the chair when speaking, not the House chairperson. Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Fennis.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Delegates, Secretary to the NCOP. Good afternoon. The importance of basic education is dealing with socio-economic issues. Basic education is a cornerstone for addressing a wide array of socio-economic issues. It lays the foundation for individuals to lead productive and fulfilling lives, contributing to the overall well-being and development of societies. The census and other states South Africa reports demonstrate that access to education has significantly improved since the dawn of democracy. From early childhood education to post-secondary education, almost all young people between the ages of 15 and 24 are literate, while adult literacy has increased from 64% in 1996 to 85% currently. Infrastructure development and maintenance at public schools are fundamental to providing quality education, especially in townships and rural areas. The state of school infrastructure directly impacts learners' learning experiences, teachers' effectiveness, and the overall community's development. Adequate facilities ensure that educational institutions can function optimally, fostering environments where learners can strive academically and socially. Some of the key issues that the Government of National Unity needs to address is the enhancement of learning environments, health and safety, encouraging attendance and reducing dropout rates. We must support teachers and staff, promoting community development and bridging the urban-rural dividends. A well-built infrastructure make a big difference in the classroom. Classrooms, libraries, labs, and sport spaces that are well built and maintained give learners the tools they need to participate in a thorough educational experience. Health and safety should be top priorities in every educational setting. Adequate sanitation facilities, clean water supply, sufficient ventilation, and structurally sound buildings are critical for reducing health problems and fostering a healthy learning environment. Improved infrastructure can have a substantial impact on student attendance and dropout rates. Students who have access to well-maintained facilities are more likely to attend school frequently and participate in learning activities. Poor infrastructure such as overcrowded classrooms, a lack of basic utilities can reduce attendance and contribute to high dropout rates. Teachers and staff also benefit from improved school infrastructure. Well-equipped classrooms, access to teaching aids, and safe working conditions enhance job satisfaction and retention rates among teachers. This, in return, positively impacts learners, as motivated and well-supported teachers are more effective in their roles. Sports play a vital role in the holistic development of learners. Sports promotes physical fitness, teamwork, discipline, and resilience. However, inequalities in access and opportunities, such as school tournaments and leagues, can hinder these benefits, particularly in marginalized communities. Addressing these requires a strategic approach involving collaboration with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Sports participation has several advantages for learners. It improves mental health, strengthens the body, and develops social skills. The 2024 State of the Nation states that over the last 30 years, we have tried to use education to promote equality. Our basic education outcomes are constantly improving. The latest matric pass rate of 82.9% was the highest ever. We need to build on that as we usher in more years into democracy. In the modern era, digital literacy has become an essential component of education, playing a crucial role in equipping students with the skills needed to strive in an increasingly digital world. In South Africa, providing basic computer skills in schools is vital for enhancing the quality and standard of basic education. Digital literacy encompasses the ability to use digital technology, communication tools, and networks to access, manage, integrate, evaluate, and create information. It is a critical skill set for the 21st century, underpinning various aspects of daily life, education, and employment. Digital literacy enables learners to access information, develop critical thinking, enhance communication, and prepare learners for the workplace. Despite the clear benefits of digital literacy, several challenges hinder its widespread adoption in South African schools. Teacher training incorporating digital literacy into the curriculum cultivating public and private partnerships, and involving communities are all important measures for attaining this aim. South Africa can create a more fair and prosperous future by ensuring that all children have access to digital literacy education, giving each kid the potential to excel in the digital age. We are confident that the department will build on the gains of the Sixth Administration, which piloted robotics and coding, and this has developed capacity and experience to expand the delivery and access to the subject. As the ANC, we urge the department to focus on the aspect and ensure increased access, prioritizing of rural communities and townships. The ANC has transformed the basic education sector through interventions introduced in the democratic dispensation. These interventions are the introduction of school fee exemption and school nutrition programs. These interventions were introduced to ensure poverty does not stand in the way of children's access to quality education. The provision of child nutrition in schools is a critical aspect of education and public health policy in South Africa. Adequate nutrition is fundamental to the physical and cognitive development of children. We also believe that we must mobilize our parents, guardians, unions, education sector organizations, communities, and traditional leaders to join hands in supporting the school ecosystem. We must deal with social ills such as the sale of alcohol and drugs to the students. We must address the scourge of gender-based violence and bullying, which also impact our learners in schools and communities. As the African National Congress, we remain committed to the advancing transformative legislation. And in the sixth term, we succeed in completing the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, which was processed over a period of more than a decade by the department and by Parliament in the sixth term. The bill seeks to transform the basic education system, and we should mobilize society behind its noble ideals. I therefore, as the African National Congress, support the budget vote of basic education. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call upon Honorable Du Plessis.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, and fellow South Africans. When I started in politics many years ago as an activist, I was always told we can say, and all protocol is observed. Investment in secondary education provides a clear boost to long-term economic development, not only to the individual, who now has access to further economic opportunities, but it boosts a country's economy. And when I look at the budget, it seems that there is, in fact, investment into higher education. It is also clear that there is an analysis of the needs to ensure entry into the economy, as the department is not only looking at university education, but it is also supporting artisan and specialized skills, as well as first-level entry. As a country, we have moved, in theory, to a society that opens entry to higher education. These range from TVET colleges to bridging courses to NSFAS bursaries, and we are without a doubt a country that talks and sometimes understands the importance of quality higher education to all who have not historically had access to it. It is through this that we can build towards a strong and growing economy and give people the power to determine their own future, regardless of the characteristics of their birth. Within this, a child born in the most abject of poverty can be a sports hero, a neurosurgeon, or a concert pianist. I serve in a community that covers Lahai, Protea South, Innerdale, Lenasia, and Lawley. And those of you who come from Johannesburg can understand this is a lower LSM. Last year, I had a community or constituency meeting with residents from all parts of this constituency base. There were 240 people there and a cross-section of society, with the youngest being 16, Thabo, and the oldest being Mamogabi at 104. There was a mixture of gender, there was a mixture of ethnicity, and really just a cross-section of the marginalized that have been left behind. However, as an icebreaker, I asked various questions, and I started with easy questions, like, everybody who likes Simba chips, please stand up. And those people would stand up. After the fifth question, definitely a Simba chip supporter here. After the fifth question, I started asking questions about the socio-economic circumstances that these residents are facing. And my first question was, everybody who has finished primary school, please stand up. 95% of the group of 240 people stood up. I then asked everybody who's completed a high school diploma or certificate, please stand up. 88% of the residents stood up. I then asked everybody who has any form of higher education to please stand up. And I was the only one standing. That is not redress. That is sad. That is criminal. As the Department of Higher Education and Training, in 1998, various SETAs were created to address the need for first-level entry of South Africans into higher education and skills-based education. And I'd like here to point out, SETAs cannot still be aiming to. SETAs should have already. The SETAs were envisioned to lift South Africans up out of poverty by giving access to an economy that most people have not had access to. One of the SETAs that were created was for the tourism industry. And obviously, because tourism is one of the biggest growing industries in South Africa. CATSETA, as they call it, was established to assist trainers in tourism. I have had in the past while various trainers in tourism come to speak to me about the failings within CATSETA that are withholding people from accessing economic opportunities, people who desperately need these opportunities. First and foremost, within the past 30 years, these trainers have informed me CATSETA has changed their e-system 3 times. Not once improving or making it more user-friendly, but just having a contract with somebody who gives a tick box exercise. And the implication of this is that many people are not receiving their certificates. Trainers have been waiting since 2014 for trained tourist guides to get certificates that they have not. Within the past year and a half, something like 90% of the trainers have reported on various groups that they have not received certificates for tourist guides so that they can do their job. Now, many years ago, in about 94 till about 98, there was a discussion to move tourist guides from national guides to site or community guides, which is a very positive idea. Basically, what it did is somebody who lives in Wuppertal or somebody who lives in St. Lucia and is a subject matter in their community can become a site guide. The curriculum has now changed to remove first-level entry to site guides. This excludes people from the economy. Recently, I did oversight in Garankuwa Hospitality School in Gauteng. This falls, and the curriculum falls under CATSETA. It's also a TVET or community college. And there is nothing happening there. We were there midterm. There was not one student. At some point, the head of Garankuwa slipped and said, well, sometimes the gardener has to give class. That's a bit of a shocker. This school was established to feed Sun City's need for world-class hospitality staff. There are many other CETAs, many other TVETs, and many other examples that I could bring that shows that we have not opened the barriers for the poorest of the poor and the marginalized to access higher education and to access the economy. The department, or the DHET website, says the vision of the DHET is of a South Africa in which we have differentiated and fully inclusive post-school systems that allow South Africans to access relevant post-school education and training in order to fulfill the economic and social goals of participation in an inclusive economy and society. Isn't this what we all want? There are various issues with the budget and various not. One is the exponential increase within planning policy and strategy and no certainty as to where this money will go. And also with subsidies. However, the Honourable Minister has spoken to NASFAS, so I will not continue that. However, we need to make sure that money spent by government is money that benefits the lives of South Africans. The issues are not new. I could list them, but I think you could give me longer lists as well within this House. And I'm not the first person to talk about this, but the disconnect from the vision and mission is almost criminal. The lack of leadership over many years in a department that is directly able to redress the injustices of the past, as well as to contribute to long-term economic growth in South Africa, cannot be argued away. Neither can the curious amount of money spent. As the NCOP, we are responsible for oversight of the executive. We carry the voices of the South Africans on our shoulders. It is our responsibility to ensure that the executive builds a South Africa that is inclusive, a South Africa that redresses the injustices of the past and the failings of the past 30 years. We need to do more. We need to do more so that in 5 years' time, when we ask in any community, how many of you have had access or completed higher education, that every single person in that room stands up proudly and says, I have a degree, I have a certificate, I have something that allows me access to the economy, that allows me access to the industry, that has prepared me for the unwritten rules within the workplace. That is what we need to push towards as the NCOP and hold the DHET to account by going to the ground and not just reading our reports and seeing what is happening to the people of South Africa in this most important department. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. Greetings to the ministers and deputy ministers that are here today. I just want to throw in a little commercial. I was a former educator myself, so I want to do a quick crash course. The young lady that left this chair just now, she's the national chairperson of the NCOP. I'm the deputy chairperson. We have two house chairs, the Honourable Ryder, who is seated there at the back, and the Honourable Hadebe, who is not in the house today, and the Chief Whip of the NCOP, the Honourable Moimang, was sitting next to me there. So I thought I'll just give a little bit of education also while we are in an education debate. Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honourable Gade, who will debate for 10 minutes.
Chair, good
Yes.
afternoon to you. Yes, good afternoon to you, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. The Minister of Basic Education and the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, the Minister of Higher Education and Training and the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, the members of the NCOP, the invited guests. Chair, my sincere apologies. We had an escort today, and therefore we had to connect from where we are. I felt I must apologize on that one first, Chair. The second aspect is that the South African people, Chairperson, has put the NDP at the center of their own development as a compass. The National Development Plan is a comprehensive roadmap that aims at eliminating poverty, reduce inequalities in the country by 2030. One of the key areas of focus within the NDP is the education that is the subject of discussion today. Precisely because it is widely recognized as a fundamental driver of economic development and social progress. The NDP outlines the number of strategies and goals of improving the quality of education in the country we are, with an ultimate aim of ensuring that all citizens have an access to higher education and skills development opportunities. One amongst the main goals of the NDP, Chairperson, is to improve the quality of basic education in our country. This includes ensuring that all children have an access to quality early childhood development programs, as well as improving the quality of teaching in schools, increasing the overall pass rate in key strategic gateway subjects like mathematics and science in the country. The NDP also aims to address the challenges of access, inclusivity in the education system by ensuring that all children, regardless of their background or circumstances, have an access to quality education, Chair. One amongst other focus of the NDP, Chair, is on improving the post-schooling education and training system in the country. This includes increasing the number of students who are able to access higher education institutions, as well as improving the quality and relevance of the vocational training programs. The NDP, Chair, also highlights the importance of promoting entrepreneurship and innovation in the education system that we have adopted. The Department of Basic Education, Chairperson, has put in place concrete measures through the Education Transformation Systems Plan to ensure that we can navigate
Honorable colleague, you seem to be having difficulty with your bandwidth. If you have any other devices that are switched on, please switch them off.
Development, Chairperson, plays a critical role in shaping children's future, success, and well-being. The early years of the child's life, especially the first 1,000 days, are a crucial period for brain development, laying the foundations for cognitive development, social, emotional development, and physical development, respectively. Providing the early childhood basic education and support in our country is an essential for creating opportunities for growth and sustainable economic development. As a developing nation, Chair, the early childhood programs can help improve our children's health outcomes.
Honorable member, you can switch off your video. That will help you with your bandwidth. Now that we have seen you.
Water, basic health care services, are essentially for the children and also their cognitive development, Chairperson. By providing the early childhood support, we can help reduce infant mortality rates, improve the maternal health, and promote health growth and development. In addition, Chair, the academic and health benefits of early childhood development program can play a crucial role in promoting social and emotional well-being of our kids. Children who receive nurturing care, love, support in their early years are more likely to develop stronger in terms of their social skills, their emotional resilience, their positive relationship with other kids. These social and emotional skills are essentially for the children to succeed in their schoolwork and their life in total, Chair. The second aspect, Chair, that we want to lift for the attention of the leadership here is that it is critical that the country must be able to define, identify itself in the context of the policy on language, so that we can be able to address some of the shortcomings that we have witnessed in the recent times on the basis of the policy on language in terms of the access in some areas of communities within the country, either through the areas of residence or through the ethnicity or through the undertones of patriarchal implications that we have, that the nation must be able to address, Chair. Lastly, Chair, the most important one again is that the lives of the learners must be able to perform academically. But to succeed on that, we need to put the school nutrition program at the center as an epicenter of access to education, but equally as part of alleviation of poverty within the communities that we serve, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson, for the time that you have given to us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now have the pleasure to call upon the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Gondwe. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, as I present my maiden budget vote speech in the NCOP, it gives me immense pleasure and honor to join the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkabane, and Deputy Minister Manamela in presenting the Department of Higher Education and Training's budget vote in this 7th administration. Honorable Chairperson, the success or failure of the higher education sector is dependent in no uncertain terms on the effectiveness of the administrative interface provided by the department. For this reason, Honorable Chairperson, it is imperative that the department pursues a two-pronged approach which prioritizes improvement in its internal performance targets on one hand, and the governance of entities reporting to it on the other hand. As the 7th administration begins its work to chart a new governance path for South Africa under a government of national unity, I'm encouraged by the common realization and understanding between myself, Minister Nkabane, and Deputy Minister Manamela that a lot more can be done to deliver on the department's mandate as derived from Section 29 of the Constitution. Honorable Chairperson, the stark and candid reality is that if the department does not improve the performance of its own administrative interface, it will struggle to resolve the governance and administrative deficiencies at entities such as NSFAS and some of our SETAs. The most immediate metric, Honorable Chairperson, by which this administration will be judged on by students in the sector is how speedily and effectively we resolve the governance and administrative issues at NSFAS. As such, standing here, I want to assure students right across the length and breadth of this country that NSFAS is one of the priority areas that we'll be focusing on, to resolve issues relating to, amongst other things, the late or non-payment of student allowances and the inconsistent disbursement of fees to institutions of higher learning. It is not a coincidence, Honorable Chairperson, that NSFAS is currently under administration, having first suffered the same fate between 2018 and 2020. Given the seemingly intractable problems at the entity and the impact this is having on the smooth operation of the post-secondary education sector in South Africa, perhaps the time has come for us, Honorable Chairperson, to consider decentralizing the current student finance administration and disbursing funds directly to those institutions of higher learning with the administrative capacity to manage and administer this funding. It has become abundantly clear, Honorable Chairperson, that we are currently facing some serious and worrying challenges insofar as the disbursement of funds by NSFAS to institutions of higher learning is concerned. As a case in point is the fact that just a few days ago, the SIU reported that it had recovered 112 million rands in irregular payments made by NSFAS to undeserving beneficiaries. According to the SIU, this money was recovered from 412 students across 5 universities, 4 TVET colleges, from students who did not qualify to be funded by NSFAS. The SIU attributed these irregular payments to weak and vulnerable controls within NSFAS. As such, there is an urgent and pressing need, Honorable Chairperson, to strengthen the administrative and operational capacity of NSFAS to disburse funds to deserving beneficiaries. More importantly, NSFAS has to work towards restoring the confidence of its clients, the students, and this will only happen if the entity can improve its corporate governance outcomes. Another area of primary concern, Honorable Chairperson, relates to the recurring operational challenges impacting the work of some of our SETAs, which are often made worse by misplaced priorities and maladministration. The Auditor General continues to flag irregularities in the audit outcomes of some SETAs, with irregular expenditure being a common feature or denominator. We will need to resolve this, Honorable Chairperson, as a matter of priority if our SETAs are really going to start making a felt and marked impact on delivering on their mandate for skills and human capacity development. We would be failing in our oversight responsibilities as a department, Honorable Chairperson, if we did not intervene and put an end to irregular and wasteful expenditure and require that all of our 21 SETAs strictly focus on their mandate of helping to combat unemployment by developing and rolling out programs aimed at narrowing the skills gap in the economy. Despite the important role that both TVET and CET colleges play in the post-secondary education sectors, their partnerships with industry are still not where they should be. Take, for instance, a target to have all 50 public TVET colleges sign at least 2 protocols with industry and place learners for workplace experience was not achieved by the department. In the interest of job creation, Honorable Chairperson, we will need to expand and increase partnerships between industry and the post-secondary education sector. In that way, we will produce the skills that are required and demanded by the economy. This being what President Ramaphosa referred or termed during his recent address at the opening of Parliament as a demand-led skills development approach. Honorable members, the internal challenges facing the department also require some honest introspection if we are to truly begin the process of charting a new governance culture. In the coming days, weeks, and months, we'll be working together to address the well-documented governance issues within the department, which include, amongst other things, the department currently has 24 employees on suspension with full pay. While 6 cases have been finalized, this has cumulatively cost the taxpayer close to 7 million rand per annum. The department's underspending, Honorable Chairperson, which the Minister referred to across 6 core priority programs, saw it surrender back to Treasury over 500 million rands in the last 2 financial years. The department, Honorable Chairperson, had the option to exercise, the option to apply for a deviation from National Treasury to ensure that this money is channeled elsewhere, and they didn't. And I think we should not be afraid to call out our departments where there are shortcomings. This ministerial leadership team, House Chairperson, is alive to the fact that it cannot be business as usual for as long as the departments administrative interface remains mired in persistent corporate governance challenges. Honorable Chairperson, CET colleges were established in 2015 to assist young people who are currently out of school to acquire skills and enhance their basic qualifications. The NDP target for enrollment at these colleges is 1 million students by 2030. In 2022, the enrollment stood at a little over 128,000. This is against over 17.1 million people between the ages of 16 and 60 who are within the need bracket in 2022. That is, people who are not in employment, education, or training. As a consequence, Chairperson, the department will need to find innovative and novel ways to massify enrollments at CET colleges. Because if it does not, then I'm afraid we might not be able to reach the target set by the NDP in 2030, which I might add is only 5.5 years away. Honorable Chairperson and members, the challenges in the higher education and training sector are many. I will not lie to you. But these challenges are not unique to South Africa. Countries such as Singapore and Malaysia were once caught in the low growth trap that South Africa currently finds itself in. But they understood one thing, Honorable Chairperson, and that is that their economies will not grow unless they developed an educated and capacitated workforce. The department has an important task to ensure that we capacitate our citizenry with the knowledge and skills to help them compete and thrive in the new knowledge economy. Despite the numerous challenges that we currently face as a sector, I can assure you, Honorable Chairperson, that this ministerial leadership team is equal to the task, and we've already started engaging various stakeholders across all the 9 provinces in an effort to find lasting and impactful solutions to the challenges besetting the sector. As weaver birds, as builders, not breakers and vultures, we will and we must make a difference in the higher education and training sector for the benefit of all our stakeholders, with the most important of these being our students. Thank you.
Well done, Honorable Deputy Minister. You did very well for your maiden speech. Thank you very much. I now have a pleasure to call upon the Honorable Chirwa Mpongose. Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes.
Mabandla kamjukwana kandaba. Sihlalo thina si-EFF asisekeli isabelo mali sevote 16 and 17. Thina si-EFF sinomgomo wokuqiniseka ukuthi uhulumeni ufanelekile ukukhusela isizotha sabantu baseningizimu Afrika. Thina si-EFF sizimisele ukuphoqa uhulumeni ka-GNU ngokuvikeleka kwabantu baseningizimu. The GNU has taken a position to protect one another. And as the EFF, we are protecting our people who rely on us to present the truth, to advocate for sound policy and implementation, and to never overlook detail because comrades must eat. Izinga lemfundo lebanga eliphansi selonakele kakhulu. Nunu, a young black woman from Nelmapias Extension 6, took it upon herself to get training and qualifications to be an ECD practitioner, completed a course and opened her own facility. Years later, there isn't any support for the facility, and oftentimes than not, she spends more on the education and nourishment of the children than what the facility affords and receives in return. Chairperson, the women who came before us in the socialist movement fought for the state subsidy of early childhood development, and your government is reversing all those gains by not preserving and sustaining early childhood development adequately. Racism remains an ailment that haunts us under your leadership in our schools. The Premier of Gauteng in 2017 did a PR stunt at Pretoria High School for girls following racist incidents and stated that they would implement policies that would prevent these from happening in the future. The future did not arrive. We are still waiting for the future even today. In fact, racist incidents have worsened in the school, with the most recent being last week and other schools across the country following suit. A young black girl in grade 8 recently attempted to commit suicide because she was called the K word at Velger Secondary School in Pretoria, where she's the only black girl, the only black child in her class. She's not protected, and there have been no consequences for the perpetrators to date. This case will dissipate into thin air because ANC deployees want cameras to follow them around, or else they don't work at all. Knowing your government, You will pretend to care on the day her suicide is reported on the news, like you are now pretending to care with 7-year-old boy from Bayview Primary who committed suicide following being bullied and not being rescued when he reported his plight. It must be put on record. There is no such a thing as a white school in the public sector in South Africa. Panyaza Lesufi attempted to institute apartheid Bantu-style separation politics and policies in Gauteng by limiting our children to schools in their zones so that Black children in townships do not go to the supposed white schools in the suburban areas. In this budget, your government still spends less on township and rural schools and spends more on white schools. No different from the government of Verwoerd that used to spend 6 rand per day on a Black child while spending 600 rand on a white child. This budget won't build a sports ground in PLENARY again. It won't resolve the safety and security crisis at Mamelodi Secondary and Jekekana High School. It won't put shoes on the feet of poor children. It won't pay teachers what they deserve. It will merely maintain the status quo as is and as you have been for the past 30 years. The EFF does not agree with that. You refuse to ensure that sports should be catered for all in all public schools on the same level, and then further prevent our children from going to schools that cater for their sporting codes because they are poorer. And according to your policies, they belong in township schools where they come from. Every year, during the announcement of matric results, we always ask you, where is the other half of the grade ones that didn't make it to matric? One of them is Ntohozo, a 21-year-old young woman who dropped out in grade 9 because she couldn't read or write. And the workload suffocated her to the point of the demise of her academic journey. The question is, how did she go all the way to grade 9 if she couldn't read or write? Who are these teachers that gave her a pass where there should have been a fail? And if the fails got too overwhelming, why did your department not intervene? This department fails both the children and the teachers, as you leave the teachers with no solution and no option but to rid themselves of learners with continuous issues because you fail to make interventions at the department for struggling learners and for overworked teachers. Learners are condoned when they are clearly required not only extra support, but psychological evaluations that dig into why the learner is struggling and what can be done to assist them. Minister, we ask you to provide a report on every school and every school child that is no longer in the schooling system prior to completing matric and the reason for each of them. You have not done this, and neither will you include this in your indicators for the end of the term reports because it will expose you for neglecting our children as the government of the day. You then blame the parents when you know very well that majority of our children come from dysfunctional homes riddled with domestic violence, alcohol addiction, unemployment, and mental health illnesses. You know these pupils who dropped out and where they stay. You have their records in your offices, and yet you admit to Parliament that you don't know what happened to them and what is the reason they didn't make it to matric. A child comes to your classroom today and doesn't return tomorrow, and you can't tell us why and how that happens. This in a country where 40% of sexual crimes are committed against children, and our children are forced into substance abuse and gang violence. What are the children that didn't make it to matric? Your immediate task from today onwards is to go and find them and bring them into our schools. Some of these pupils bring evidence of their rapes into your classrooms, and you don't bother to take it upon yourself as a department to find out why a 10-year-old girl in grade 4 is pregnant and why the rapist isn't behind bars. The Nendlela State Aided School for Learners with Special Needs in Orange Farm is a site for continuous crimes of this government of the day against children with special needs. Every single year, this parliament approves a budget that is meant to deal with infrastructural decay at the very same school. And every single year, the pupils of the school don't have flushing toilets, chairs and tables, and the roof in almost all the classrooms is sinking into the room. Siphi isizumbulu semali ekwakuhlela ukuthi kulungiswe uthango lwezitimela zokuthutha izihlalo zabantwana abakhubazekile kusukela ngonyaka ka-2018. Uphiko lwezemfundo lwenzani ngemali yokulungisa ama-toilet esaninika imvume la komkhulu eParliament? Akuhlukile la kwimfundo ephakeme. Niphela imvumo yesabelo semali iphinde ishabalale. Njengorhabedi Mogatwe noBonge Kahlele basenyuvesi yasePretoria abathola umfundaze we-NSFAS kodwa namhlanje izifundo zabo azikhokhelwe. Abaphathi be-NSFAS uma sibathumela izinkinga zabafundi basemanyuvesi abakugqiziqakala. Noma siphakamisa izikhalo zabafundi bangqongqoshe amaminista kuntanga zimuka nomoya. Izinkulungwane zabafundi ziphoqeleka ukuthi zishiye phansi isikole zibuyele emakhaya zidliwa umhlaba ngoba uNSFAS ubaphuce ikusasa labo namalungelo wabo wemfundo yamahhala esayithenjiswa nguNelson Mandela ngo-1994. Did the money that was approved in this house for higher education last year go if there are outstanding fees that aren't paid by NSFAS? And why isn't this house calling for an overhaul of the entire system to adequately fix what is broken, as is our responsibility as members of parliament? How do we approve budgets that don't do what they are meant to do? We asked both departments to send us names and places of the infrastructure you are claiming to be developing. Both the departments have not responded, despite committing to do so. How do we approve a budget of ghost developments? How do we do oversight of buildings we don't know? Here are some of the very many solutions that we continually give to this house and deliver to the government of the day. Make free early childhood development compulsory from the age of 3. Develop an ECD curriculum that will make children understand their environment. Employ all ECD practitioners permanently on a full-time basis. Implement universal coverage and computer literacy in all our public schools. Don't leave out the schools in townships and in rural areas. Abolish the IEB system and ensure that all our children adhere to one educational system. Give our children the same education that is preserved for your children in private schools. Work with local taxi associations to ensure that scholar transport is provided for students who live more than 2 kilometers away from the school. Build more schools that cater for children in the autism spectrum. There isn't a single school for autistic children in many districts in the Eastern Cape. 12-year-old Esihle from Tsitsikamma died in a fire. 3 months after we begged the department to accommodate him in a school that caters for special needs. Disabled and unable to flee a vicious fire during schooling hours while at home, Esihle died. Train teachers and deliver educational material for autistic children and have remedial teachers in all the public schools. Give our children nutritional meals per day. One isn't enough. Children must have breakfast as well, so they are fully participating in the first half of the timetable. Eradicate pit toilets, not on TV, not in press statements. Eradicate them with your actions. We are tired of hearing ministers each and every year commit to eradicating pit toilets and then burying our children a week later because they sunk in pit toilets. Offer psychosocial support for teachers. Launch a campaign that will solely prioritize the returning of dropouts to school, even if they are now domestic workers or sex workers, and young boys and girls who dropped out for whatever reason. Introduce indigenous languages as the foundation of the educational system in all the provinces. Ensure that all schools have a science laboratory. Abolish all teachers who sleep with learners and publicize their information. All pregnancies of children below the age of 15 should automatically result in criminal investigations. Create a direct link and a satellite oversight by the SAPS into our schools. Make post-secondary education compulsory for all learners and make it free and decolonized. Cancel all student debts. Reintegrate those who are financially excluded so they can complete their qualifications. Institute that no institution should ever withhold a qualification just because someone is poor and doesn't afford to pay their school fees. Repurpose all hijacked and abandoned buildings and make them student accommodation sites, especially for TVETs that have a crisis of accommodation that isn't being addressed with the speed it requires. Insource all working staff in institutions of higher learning. Synchronize the goals of the economy with the offerings of the courses. Establish a central digital library that all students can access across the country. Establish satellite campuses of mining, mineral beneficiation, agriculture, and agro-processing and renewable energy. We reject the budget votes as they do not reflect our aspirations of building an education system that will respond to our social and economic needs. Thank you, Chairperson. We reject it.
Thank you, honorable colleague. Thank you, thank you. I now call upon the Honorable MM Peter. Honorable Peter, you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, ndiyanibulisa. Goeiemiddag. Okokuqala, mphathi wohlelo, imfundo sisiseko sobomi. Abantwana balikamva lobomi. Ubomi impilo. Ootitshala abanika abantwana bethu imfundo, babanika imfundo amehlo ejonge emnyango, ngoba ukhuseleko lootitshala alukho ezikolweni. Abantwana abatitshwa ngootitshala bangena ezikolweni bengena neziyobisi. Ootitshala bayesaba ukutitsha abantwana. Asinalo ithuba siyi-UDM yokungayamkeli le budget. Isizathu sokuba siyamkele ngoba xa sinothi asiyamkeli sabe sithe kootitshala mabangafundisi bantwana. Ukuba sithi le budget asinawuyamkela sithi abantwana bethu mabangafundi. Sinyanzelekile uba le budget siyamkele. What the House notice the step of the progress taken by the department, which resulted to the gradual improvement of the overall metric pass rate, more especially in provinces such as Eastern Cape. However, there are several challenges that the department should address urgently in order to achieve its mission and its goals, such as shortage of teachers, mud schools, violence in our schools. To mention only the few, the allocation of the approximately 12 million of the education infrastructure in grant for 2023 and 2024 is not enough, considering that there are still backlogs on the eradication of pit latrines and mud school and shortage of schools for learners with autisms. The UDM is concerned with the department lack of qualified teachers. In April 2024, the Minister, Honorable Angie Motshekga, confirmed the existence of over 31,400 vacant teaching positions in schools across the country, while thousands of teaching graduates remain unemployed. This worsens the ongoing challenges of teacher shortages, particularly in public schools located in rural areas. The shortage of teachers not only delays jobs performance, but also lead to uncovered syllabuses. High levels of stress among teachers due to heavy workloads and poor academic performance among learners. Another challenge is the violence in public schools. According to SATU, 50 teachers are attacked or threatened by learners in Southern Africa every month. The department should find effective solution to protect teachers, the same learners, and protect. Also, the department should allocate more funds to bump up security in schools premises. For example, since November 2023, about 131 schools in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro have been robbed, many at gunpoint. UDM suggests that the department should install surveillance cameras, access control system, alert buttons that are linked to the police station, as well as fences to make sure our schools are safe. A minister ongena kule department siyayazi kwenzeka ntoni kwiilali zethu, siyalibona usizo lenzeka kwiilali zethu. Ukuqhumsha kwethu apha asiqhumsheli uba masivise abantu kamnandi. Ukuqhumsha kwethu apha siqhumshela ukuba zenzeke ezi zinto. Asizanga zokuveza izikolo zethu more than sifuna ukunyanzela singene kwezi zinto bafunde abantwana bethu. Enkosi Chair. He supported without doubt, Chair. Enkosi.
I now call upon the Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, the MEC for Education in Gauteng, the Honorable Chilwane.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are. Continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, the Deputy Minister, honorable members of the NCOP. This year is an important milestone for our democracy as we enter the 7th administration and furthermore celebrate the 30th anniversary of our democracy. I believe that this is an opportunity for us to be able to address the NCOP, and this opportunity is to review the progress that we have made in realizing the vision of our constitution, ensure that our success in education go a long way to realizing the struggle of the 70s. Chair, over the last 3 decades, we have traveled far in transforming education as a sector in this country and to honor the rights in the Constitution. While there are still numerous challenges facing education, we have achieved a level of stability in education that we have not seen in the past, in 20 years prior to democracy. And that is across all communities, not just for those that were advantaged. We have also furthermore put in place social security packages that ensure that there is access to learning in the classroom, meaning that we've been providing nutrition programs, scholar transport, and further provide preferential education funding that is both pro-poor and equitable. In addition, we're progressively ensuring that there's universal access to grade R, despite the growing infrastructure pressures. We have improved school infrastructure, including renovation to school building facilities, facilitating electrification and the provision also for communication to our schools. We have gone further to deploy educators in an equitable way and in a pro-poor manner. The increased investment in personnel and specifically increasing the number of educators in the system. Despite all these successes, one from time to time needs to reflect and ask the question, have we done enough and how much more can we do? So despite all these challenges, South Africa is progressing in all international benchmark tests and phenomenal improvement in grade 12 performance. We have seen a massive reduction in the achievement gap between what we call township schools and non-township schools, former Model C schools. Therefore, Chair, we are building on these gains. We have adopted a set of elevated priorities for education to respond to key challenges facing our people, in particular in Gauteng. Therefore, we know that education needs to ensure that it contributes to the reduction of inequalities in our population. And foremost amongst these challenges is access to quality schooling in the communities that we live in and respond to the high level of migration, in particular to our province. Therefore, Speaker, in this financial year, we have noted the reduction in some conditional grants, but as a province, we've seen marginal increase in our 2024-25 financial year, which amounts to 65.8 billion, and which signals an increase of about 3.8% rather from the previous year. And we have seen that obviously with conditional grants, which cover largely infrastructure grant, HIV and AIDS grant, nutrition, mathematics, science and technology grant, learners with profound intellectual disability grant, ECD grant. And what we have welcomed the most as a province is the Funza Lushaka bursary scheme by the Department of Basic Education, which will produce several teachers to fulfill the provincial requirements of teacher shortages and to contain the impact of rapidly aging teacher workforce and growing population in the province. So within our budget, we further went to prioritize utilization and focus on the following, mainly improvement on the grade 12 performance in the province and continuing improvement of quality learning, in particular in the FET band. We as the province, furthermore, we have investing in what we call investing in the skills of the future, in which that we have increased access to relevant curriculum offering through schools of specialization, technical high schools, and special schools. In addition, we have introduced what we call multi-certification skills program for learners across all our schools. Multi-certification skills program, honorable members, is a program whereby we are offering additional skills over and above the academic syllabus that's provided in our school. This includes coding, robotics, rocketry, drone technology, sign language, and much, much more. Meaning that as opposed to have a child who exits grade 12 to only experience a certificate for the first time at grade 12 when they pass, they get additional certified skill from grade 1 up to grade 12. That should they drop out in grade 11, which honorable member from the AFF was concerned, they've got 11 other certificates to take them with to demonstrate the additional skill they've received. We have what we call school of specialization, or rather focus schools. So far in the province, we've managed to launch 35 of them, and they focus on multiple disciplinaries, in particular focusing on math, science, and IT, engineering, commerce and entrepreneurship, and sports and performing arts. So far we've launched 35 and we're intending to increase all of them. In terms of inclusive and full service school, we're working hard to expand access to special needs schools for learners with special educational needs through the implementation of the inclusive educational policy. In ECD, ECD has two broad elements, honorable members, pre-grade R and grade R programs. The department is working around to ensure that all learners entering schooling system have participated in one way or the other in ECD, regardless of their socio-economic status. As things stand in the province, we have since been able to reveal there's 10,800 ECD sites in the province, and those that we've managed to register are 2,500 sites. There are multiple factors why there's a delay in ensuring that all these ECD sites are registered. But we are working around the clock to ensure that all of them are registered and are recognized. The importance of, and furthermore, we are looking at ECD in hostels. So far as a province, we managed to establish 6 ECD sites in hostels, in the 6 hostels that are under the responsibility of the provincial government. But we have noted that there's a further 72 hostels which are the responsibility of local government, and we've been liaising with the local councils to ensure that we are able to establish ECD sites in all the hostels. Furthermore, as a province, we're investing in what we call ECD of the future. This will be the first of its kind ECD center. It will be built in the Swane corridor in Soshanguve, which will be committed in the new outlook of what should an ECD look like. And furthermore, within the ECD, we are gradually introducing a curriculum to meet the challenges of the 4IR, where we are currently piloting coding and robotics in ECD centers across our province. Universalizing access to grade R. This is quite important, honorable members. I know that currently there's an issue of a basic education law amendment bill. We would want to urge the leadership, the minister, to really urge the president to quickly sign that bill, because this is about access, this is about admission. We should look beyond the politicking and really say, we as those in the education sector, we have a responsibility to ensure that we contribute in building a nation. And for a nation to grow, it needs to live and play together. If they can't be in the same classroom, they can't play together, they can't be a nation. So the admission policy is important, the language policy is important, the access to grade R is important. So we urge the minister and also the deputy minister and those in leadership to urge the president to quickly sign the Bella bill. We have noticed school safety, which is a problem, a challenge across. We have been able to identify 275 schools in high-risk areas. There is no such thing as a high-risk school. A high-risk school is school in a high-risk area. These schools we've been able to dispatch over 5,000 through the collaboration with the SAPS, CPF, and community safety, 5,000 patrollers, including the wardens, including security, additional security, to ensure that we ensure that our schools are safe. Without noting time, we continue to build schools. We've built over 250 schools as a province, and furthermore, we're looking to build over another 100 schools in this coming term, and we continue to roll out ICT schools. All our high schools are being transformed into ICT schools. With that said, honorable members, noting time, it's against this and the social pressure that will unreservedly support the Minister's Trust for Quality Education and support the 2024-2025 budget for basic education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the MEC for that input. I now call upon the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, the Honorable Manamela. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our Minister, Dr. Nkabane, and Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, the officials from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Let me join both Minister and Deputy Minister in presenting this budget vote of higher education and training for the 2024-2025 financial year. The history of our post-school education and training system has been indicative of the fact that we have privileged university education over the years. And of course, this trajectory changed in the last 14 to 15 years when priority was given in building a community education and training sector and also the TVET sector. Now, even before around 2010, 2012, when priority was invested in both sectors, the numbers, both the quality and qualitative state of both TVETs and community colleges were nothing compared to the progress that has been made in investing resources in our education system. In the interceding years, over the last 30 years, and I listened passionately to Honorable Du Plessis, who was speaking about her constituency where she comes from, and the fact that for the last 30 years, nothing has been done for the 274 people or so that she spoke to in her constituency. We had a university sector that had about 400,000 people, and today 1.2 million students attend university, with the intention of that number going up to about 1.6 million by 2030. And I think the progress that we've shown in the university sector shows that this target will be met. With the TVET sector, from a mere 100,000 students with about 100 or so TVET colleges, we now have 360 campuses. And some of those, the minister has already indicated that for this year, we are completing 3 of the 13 campuses that we had invested resources into. And we're hoping that this intervention will help accelerate us meeting the targets of 2.6 million students in the TVET sector. Yes, we now at about 500, and I think the most that this sector has been able to to accommodate in terms of numbers has just been around 600,000 at the most. In the area that you're speaking of, Honorable Du Plessis, within a 30-kilometer radius, which is in Vereeniging, which is in Soweto, which is in Johannesburg, which is also in Carletonville, Krugersdorp, and all those areas. There is, at least in each of these places that I've mentioned, a TVET college campus that covers the majority of the people in that section. And the reason why I'm lifting this is because we should not allow the conditions where we find ourselves in, or to find ourselves generalizing and problematizing the constituencies where we find ourselves in and the few people that we interact with in those constituencies, and create that into a national problem. And yes, there are challenges even with the community education and training sector, wherein we have set certain targets, and this budget seeks to ensure that we prioritize community education and training sectors as the institutions of choice, particularly as it relates to those who demand occupational trades, those who want to improve their skills, and those who are already in employment and want to, or in entrepreneurship and want to better themselves. But I think it's important also, and I've had some of the honorable members who are preferring their own views in terms of what needs to be done. But I think it's important that we acknowledge the reality where we find ourselves in first and not claim that nothing has been done. We have to, yes, there are challenges, but you cannot just come here and say, unless if you're new here, you cannot just come here and say, nothing has been done, we need to start afresh, we need to do this, we need to do that. And I've seen the same energy, and oratory prowess that was presented by the Honorable Naledi Chirwa, even talking about some of the things that are already happening in the post-school education and training sector and proclaiming them as new innovation and ideas of what needs to be, to be done here. Over the last 5 years, for instance, and given the progress in technology that we, have seen, a lot of programs and qualifications have been introduced in the TVET sector with the intention of strengthening its quality, but also improving in terms of quantitative intake in the TVET sector. Part of the bigger challenges why the TVET sector will not be able to meet its potential in 2030 as targeted by the National Development Plan is that currently we spent about 9 billion rands on the TVET sector, and that it's minuscule compared to what we're spending in the university sector. And so the NCOP and probably both houses has to help us we've made the case, have to help support that case for resources to be invested in the TVET sector, because even the growth that we've spoken about over the last 10 to 12 years, Chairperson, has mainly been out of the creativity of, especially financial creativity of the department officials and the ministry over the years, getting resources invested from the National Skills Fund, getting resources invested from sector education and training authorities and so on and so forth to help build new campuses, to help innovate in terms of new programs, to introduce programs such as robotics, and also to help us to keep the TVET sector up to date. So we will have to get those resources. There's currently about 400,000 students who are going into TVET colleges. We project, or the NDP imposes a target of 2.6 million rand. It means we need 5 times more resources to invest into the TVET sector if we to meet that target. We believe that the foundation has been laid. We've learned from the centers of specialization that we have established. We've improved greatly in terms of the training of artisans. We are meeting the target despite the setback that we've experienced during COVID-19. But we are meeting the target of producing 30,000 artisans by 2030 as imposed by the NDP. We've established strong working relations now with industry, and I think the minister spoke about the number of students who either from occupational trade or from whatever qualifications who have been deployed in workplaces to gain their diplomas. So the basics are in place for us to quantitatively expand the system. But if we do not get those resources over the next 5 years to meet the NDP targets, we will not be able to satisfy some of the very good points that the honorable members have raised as it relates to this budget vote. Finally, Honorable Chair, beyond all of these targets that we've made, I think going forward, and I think the minister addressed some of the agent issues, but I think going forward, it would mean that the resources that resides firstly internally within the department and also within some of the entities within the department have to be geared towards supporting the TVET sector and also be geared to supporting our projects around, artisan development, also geared towards supporting our placement of learners in the, in workplaces so that they are able to qualify. We've had so many points that have been raised around free education, NSFAS and its role. 90% of students who study at TVET colleges receive the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And the CEO has indicated that most of these students have now been migrated from all these agencies and are now paid directly, or the administrator actually are now being paid directly by the banks. And we're confident, as being said, that this institution, and I think both Minister and Deputy Ministers emphasized this, that the NSFAS will be fixed in order to meet the needs, interests, and aspirations of students. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Member, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I would like to greet the Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, Deputy Ministers, Chief Whip, Chief Whip, MEC, and Honorable Members of Parliament. Honorable Members, I am honored to address this House today. I stand here before you as a member of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, a party led by our former President Jacob Zuma. House Chair, I'm going to touch on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS. According to what is going on in the ground, NSFAS is insufficient. There are issues everywhere like funding shortfalls, administrative inefficiencies, and limited coverage. Even earlier this year, at the beginning of the academic year, we witnessed students sleeping on the side of the road because they were financially excluded. President Ramaphosa mentioned on his 2023 budget speech that the budgets for the 2023 and 2024 financial year is 133.8 billion, with an annual average increase of 3.8%. Yes, our young Black students are still found sleeping on the streets since most of them are not funded and cannot afford accommodation. Historical debts, NSFAS has faced challenges in dealing with historical debts, impacting students' funding. Students don't have access to their qualifications because of their historical debts that accumulated while they were still studying without funding. I think that we should prioritize funding for postgraduate students because it will assist disadvantaged students in furthering their academics. Discrimination of students from TVET colleges. We continue observing students who are studying in TVET colleges treated as secondary citizens. How do you explain the huge gap in their living allowance? For instance, a student from TVET college studying in Tshwane, South TVET, with a neighbor studying at TUT, Tshwane University of Technology, buying the food in the same stores. The TVET one has an annual allowance of 10,000, whereas the university students get double the amount. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we demand an immediate change in these insults to the children of the poor. To claim our dignity as a poor, the MK Party will establish indigenous languages as mandatory official languages taught in schools from grade 0 to grade 12, used in higher education, legal proceedings, and all official state communications. We will eliminate all remnants of colonialism and apartheid from cultural and political life, include a mandatory subjects into the education curriculum focusing on African history, values, ethics, and morals, with special attention to gender relations. We will ensure that national culture and the arts affirm our African heritage. We will ensure that national culture and the arts promote the principle of social justice, discourage crass materialism and all forms of elitism. We collaborate with faith-based cultural groups and creatives to implement a national education program focusing in African spiritual and moral values. We ensure that every young person reaching the age of 18 serves a year of military service to cultivate discipline and patriotism among our youth. Also, we will repatriate and rebury the bodies of all our heroes who fell in foreign lands. Now, when it comes to basic education, there are numerous challenges faced by that department. There is so much budget allocated for basic education, yet we still face the problem of teacher shortages in public schools and the lack of training, which leads to poor learner outcomes and limited subject offerings. Teachers' shortages and inadequate training can be far-reaching and have severe consequences on the education system. Learners and society as a whole, House Chairperson, teacher shortages and inadequate training can lead to reduced academic achievement, lower literacy and numeracy rates, and decreased learner engagement. Teacher shortages can result in reduced subject options, limiting learners' academic and career choices. Teachers end up teaching 2 or more subjects while they are qualified teachers sitting at home with their qualifications unemployed. As well as in the school feeding scheme, there is poor nutrition menu, late payment of service providers, lack of sufficient training for food handlers. Learners are not provided with plates or dishes for meal, and they use containers for certain things to dish food. Learners come to school obviously hungry, and they wait until 10:30 to get meal. In conclusion, in KwaZulu-Natal, there are approximately 25,566 unemployed teacher graduates with 3,720 vacant teacher posts. And nationally, nearly 30,000 educators are unemployed in South Africa, despite the existing teacher shortage. Kanti kungani ungavalwa lo mkhakha lo waka teaching okanye umiswe umkhakha wokutishela emavasithi uma ngaba abafowethu odadewethu nabantwana bethu bezemosha isikhathi sabo befunda kanzima ngeimali ezishisiwe nazo futhi ezitholakala kanzima abanye befunda ngeimali zogogo babo baphinde bahlale futhi emakhaya bengasaqashwa. Kungani uhulumeni ka-ANC alokhu eqhubeka ekhipha namabhasari ekugcineni angaqashi? Shuthi ngempela uhulumeni ka-ANC uyayimosha imali ye-state. I would like to leave you on that note. I thank you. Ngiwuza amathembu mthembu kajama kamnisi wembulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call upon the Honorable Sibande. Honorable Member, you have 12 minutes.
Well, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. The Department of Basic Education is among the most important portfolios where nurturing of the future of the leaders of South Africa takes place. The future of our country is highly dependent on what we do with our education sector today. And it is this reason that the sector must be guarded wholeheartedly. The presentation of this budget vote, we got to appreciate the efforts of the department in allocating a significant budget to early childhood development grant, whereby this important grant was increased by 37% to 1.6 billion rands from the previous financial year. This allocation is important for the implementation of the compulsory early childhood development, as well as for the training of our ECD practitioners in our schools. And this will provide a good learning foundation for our young children. Another appreciation is budget allocated for school infrastructure, which will be good for reducing overcrowding in classrooms and will also boost local employment opportunities, as we know that one of the biggest drivers of the job creation is large-scale investment in infrastructure. We call for more schools in historically disadvantaged areas to also be provided with libraries and science labs, which is unleash our learners potentially to be scientists and inventors of this world. Honorable Honorable House Chair, despite the efforts that the department is driving to produce an inclusive and equitable education to our children, our schools still have to grapple with the endemic of racism. We still have schools that discriminate and reject learners on the basis of their race. We therefore call on the department to do an audit in all schools that deliberately refuse to admit Black African learners, so that such incidents are dealt with and eradicated from our society. It cannot be that in the 30 years of democracy, we still grapple with issues of racism in schools, which negatively affect our innocent children who did not have to bear the brunt of apartheid. When promoting access to institutions of higher education, it is imperative to also prioritize the availability of appropriate student accommodation. The spatial development of student accommodation necessitated urgent attention. During the 6th administration, universities and technical and vocational education and training institutions experienced significant protest due to the lack of student accommodation. Despite students having gained access to the educational sector, it is crucial to allocate increased and internal funding for student accommodation, along with ensuring the accreditation of accommodation standards. A critical assessment of the existing student accommodation has revealed deficiencies, including insecurity due to high crime rate, distance from educational institution, and overcrowding, the African National Congress intends to facilitate a transition in the administration of the student accommodation crisis to enhance student livelihoods. Our department must ensure the strategic implementation of projects aimed to providing students beds with a focus on achieving progressing towards completion. The expeditious construction of outstanding accommodation facilities demands technical capacity and competencies among the entities awarded the tender processes for the construction of the beds. We need to ensure that this process is not captured through corrupt mismanagement. Honorable members, addressing the challenges of youth not in education and employment or training requires a thorough evaluation and strategic utilization of community education and training colleges. These institutions play a pivotal role in massifying skills provisions, which is essential for the training and skills development of young people in our communities. To achieve this, we must focus on capacity building for community colleges through the allocation of national skills funding in inaugural funds. Within NSF, funds have been apportioned for the capacity building and community colleges lectures and implementation of skills programs, learnership, and non-formal programs, including civic education. These progressive measures have significantly benefited communities' education and training colleges and will continue to be essential in the upcoming administration and over the medium term. We express our unwavering support for the government for the ongoing efforts in this regard. Honorable Chairperson, nevertheless, let me correct something which was raised earlier on. The ANC support the budget while the prophets of doom are obviously rejecting everything. People must be told as to why other people are backtracking any progress. When we appealed that student must be allocated with funds from NEFSAS, TVET colleges, as well as university, they rejected. They went on as far as to reject allocation to NYDA, even when the sector received a clean audit. We support that in basic education, we support that funds must be allocated to infrastructure development. We support that compensation of workers that must be funded by their response, but their response is dollar. They refuse, even when we wanted to allocate funds to pay the workers, but they expect that workers must perform. Chairperson, to be or not to be is a question. Let me borrow from the words of wisdom from Dr. Chuba Okdigba, in brackets. If you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or politically leaning to the point that truth and justice becomes secondary consideration, your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiments, you are a liability to mankind. Honorable Chairperson, let me remind people also in terms of a private partnership. Honorable Chairperson, to ministers, we mustn't forget people like Oprah Winfrey, of which she donated more than $140 million to to South African kids, bags for girls. And also, we mustn't forget people like in the sign of Mpumalanga, Ubaba Robert Kumete, who campaigned that we must have a university in Mpumalanga. And also, we mustn't forget for December Mpapane, in Mpumalanga, in Komaz, who sacrificed his dear life every time by assisting kids with mathematics during holidays and after hours, also sharing the portion of his own salary, while other people, they are saying we mustn't get a budget. Another thing which I wanted to highlight, to those who are saying we mustn't get a budget, they mustn't forget this. Maturity is not when we start speaking big things. It is when we start understanding small things. Again, let me borrow from the Arabic proverbs. In brackets, unlike the stomach, the brain doesn't alert you when it's empty. A close bracket. Chairperson, I wanted you to encourage the department, in particular the people who are serving in the department, that they mustn't be labeled, allowed to be labeled, psychologically to be labeled, that if you are working for the department, you are corrupt. No, that's how to discourage people not to do their work. Keep on doing work. We'll pass the budget so that the ANC support the budget. Okay, listening is a skill. Listening is a skill. We were quiet when we were talking. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, without wasting any time, I'd like to close my debate speech on the note. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibanda. Order, honorable members. The next speaker in the debate is the Honorable Lagule Ramakanya from Limpopo, who is the MEC of Education. Honorable Lagule Ramakanya.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also take this time and extend my greetings to the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, the Minister of Higher Education, the Deputy Ministers in the House, and also my colleague, Honorable MECs, and also the other members of the House as they've been debating. Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to also welcome the budget vote as presented by the Honorable Minister. It is indeed heartening to see the continuity and the desire for provision of better quality and meaningful education in our country and in our provinces. Our children indeed deserve better, and they rely on the presented allocation to make their lives better. As Limpopo is one of the rural provinces, we fully support and embrace the allocation as it has been debated. We believe that the increase will go a long way in shaping the lives of our future leaders. We must appreciate that the budget as presented, one, it talks about inclusive education amongst other programs. Again, the department has declared 2024 a year of inclusive education, and matters that concerns our needy learners must be elevated and take priority. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that learners in our special schools receive equal treatment and resources in their schools. On the National School Nutrition Program, the allocation and of funds for the NSP program will ensure that learners attend school and stay for the duration of their classes on a daily basis. In the current financial year, the province is providing meals to learners at 3,552 public schools and 35 special schools. This important intervention also addresses the challenge of the high rate of unemployment by providing jobs to food handlers. In the current financial year, we have appointed 10,664 volunteers, food handlers, and we are busy affording them the necessary training. The department, together with the Department of Environmental practitioners, have been giving our food handlers training so that then they can be able to be trained and knowledgeable on on executing their responsibilities with diligence. We must also indicate, honorable members, that the enrollment in our schools had increased since the introduction of the program, and the dropout rate has significantly decreased. On scholar transport, the success story of how we have reduced and minimized the absenteeism of the learners. We currently transport over 70,000 learners to and fro our schools every day. The budget allocation for the year 2024 and 2025 has been set aside for the provision of the learner transport for qualifying learners to access their learning centers with ease. The second issue that has been effectively addressed is the long distances that is between our schools and where our children reside. We are working very closely with the transport authorities to ensure that the buses are in good condition and they are fit for the purpose. We need to have entrepreneurs that have the same objectives as us, safety for the learners in this transport, and the entrepreneurs that are ready to engage schools and society to give better service and responding to the needs of our learners. In infrastructure provisioning, Chairperson, decent learning environment and conducive proper learning is a key issue that is also a priority for us. The infrastructure grant will come in very handy as we continue to provide decent learning environment to our learners. As alluded earlier, we have over 3.5 public schools, and infrastructure need is a continuous process. Where we have given the state-of-the-art school, we need to understand the maintenance need and the expectations as we continue to govern. We are indeed satisfied with the milestone and targets reached in the past 30 years, but more still needs to be done. The increase of infrastructure grant and allocation to rural provinces must be a priority. New ventures on how to do transformation to ensure that every learner is housed in a proper and decent shelter is of importance. We need to place time frames to our cycle when we give temporary relief of mobile classes as a temporary measure because where safety of our learners is concerned. On the program of reading for meaning, honorable members, as Limpopo, we take note of the concerns raised regarding our learners in the immediate phase who cannot read for meaning. As a province, we have already started to respond to the program, and some of the strategies that we have put in place. One was the mobilization of social partners who can be our partners in the reading and become reading champions to work with the schools. Again, it was the agreements with donors who brings and donate mobile libraries for our learners to be able to have access to books to be able to practice reading. The partnership that the province have with the NECT, in particular, their presence in our province to gave us a new strategic opportunity. The trust was with us when we launched libraries and introduced reading programs for our children in the most rural and remote areas where these learners will not be able to access any town library in their lives. We need more institutions to come on board so that we can have the positive change that we desire. On the training of teachers, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we also take note and commend the allocation for the teacher education, human resource, and institutional development. Honorable Minister, you are indeed correct that the educators are the backbone of our schooling system. Bridging the gap between the senior educators and the newly recruited will give us the balance and the outcomes that we want. We have to target the new graduates who, by that, we are getting teachers who can be able to embrace the new technology and subject specialists that need to revolutionize our education. The sector has to respond to the 21st century challenges that we are expected to address. Training and empowerment of the teachers who are already in the system should be a continuous response to the challenges and also responding to the skill gaps that has always existed. And this training and empowerment will be a responsive strategy towards us addressing the needed workforce that we need. I want to quote the words by our former statesman, Ndate Nelson Mandela. I open quote when he said, "Don't waste time. We must use time wisely and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do right." And I close quote. And with that, Honorable Chair, we believe as the Limpopo province that the time is right always for us to be able to do right and empower our learners through the budget and the resources that have been allocated. With that, Chairperson, as Limpopo, we support the budget vote as presented by our Honorable Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Leagule Ramakanya, and for your sharp time management. It is appreciated. We now move to the Western Cape, the Chairperson of the Education Committee, Honorable Van Wyk. Honorable Van Wyk.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, committee chairs, members, and officials. As we embark on a new era for our nation, it is critical that we reflect on the importance of education. We need to provide our children with the very best education that we can offer them, not just for their own sake, but for the sake of the entirety of South Africa. We have to ensure that they are able to access opportunities and to equip themselves with the skills they need to make a brighter future in the rapidly changing world in which we find ourselves. As public representatives, we should all agree that the education of our children is an investment for the future. We owe it to them to ensure that they are equipped for adulthood and for opportunities. Our parents wish to see a better future for our generation, and so too do we wish to see a better future for our children and grandchildren. It is therefore our duty and priority that we use the resources we have available wisely and to ensure that the mammoth task of fixing our education system proceeds without delay. In this budget, we are fully supportive of the need to improve school infrastructure, to support learners with intellectual disabilities, to provide high-quality learning materials, to ensure that teachers are well qualified, and to ensure that early childhood development is improved. However, we are conscious of the extraordinarily constrained fiscal environment. We cannot afford to implement policy that does not work and that does not move us forward towards our goal of a better education for all children in South Africa. I wish to encourage the Ministry and Department of Basic Education to examine the work being undertaken in the Western Cape as an illustration of some of the critical issues where we can learn from each other and collaborate to ensure that our resources go the distance. I believe that this is an objective which all of us share. As several of my colleagues have noted, one of the greatest challenges we face in education is that of infrastructure, and perhaps nowhere more so than here in the Western Cape. This province is the fastest growing in South Africa by population, and the constant introduction of new learners places even more strain onto our already overstretched education sector. However, the Western Cape government has risen to the challenge. Our Provincial Education Department's rapid school build program has proven capable of constructing entire schools in under 70 days, on time and on budget. We've built hundreds of new classrooms in some of the poorest communities of our province, allowing learners in Bella, KwaNokutola, and Fisher Haven to bridge the gap of economic hardship and to get the quality education which they deserve. As I speak to you now, the new Lawandile and Blue Ridge educational precincts are steadily underway, meaning that soon even more learners will benefit from this initiative. Earlier this year, the Rapid School Build program received a huge vote of confidence from National Treasury, who allocated an additional 2.549 billion rand towards this initiative. The point here is clear. Our province has proven that it is possible to build new classrooms and entire schools within a very short span of time. Yes, the task of resolving our infrastructure deficit is massive, but I would encourage policymakers to look to our province for a model of what can be done when government leverages the power of diverse stakeholders towards a common goal. Another area in which lessons can be learned from the Western Cape is the issue of improving our basic mathematics and literacy scores. In the Western Cape, like many other parts of our nation, our efforts have been placed under great strain due to the aforementioned growth in learner numbers and the COVID-19 induced learning losses. These factors have accentuated the challenges already being experienced that flow from socio-economic and psychosocial constraints such as poverty, high levels of unemployment, gangsterism, violence, drug abuse, and inadequate infrastructure. But once again, our provincial government has risen to meet these challenges head-on. To assist with improving our all-important reading with meaning metrics, as well as recovering from the pandemic's learning losses. More generally, the WCED has implemented the landmark Back on Track program. This program sees the allocation of budget and resources for additional learner tutoring and holiday and weekend classes. The results so far have been sterling. One of the objectives has been to improve language and mathematics scores at national senior certificate level, and efforts in this regard reflect that progress is being made. At the other end of the scale, the foundation phase was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And with this in mind, extra time has been allocated to reading, as well as interventions in early grade literacy and numeracy. These efforts have already shown significant gains in grade 3 scores compared to the previous year in both languages and mathematics. The Education Department is also focusing on ensuring that schools are safer, more secure places of learning. Well-being and psychosocial support are receiving attention. We are supporting learners in terms of behavior programs and counseling support to deal with rising antisocial behavior, bullying, assault, and the possession of illegal substances. Chairperson, I've mentioned these numerous efforts being undertaken by the Western Cape Education Department as they continue to strive for improvements to ensure quality education. This should be the vision and objectives of all provinces and the National Department of Education. The quality of education is critical for South Africa, for our children. We therefore need to work together in our pursuit of shared solutions for education. The quality of schooling directly impacts on the lives of all our citizens, including their safety, their opportunities for training, and for jobs. Before I conclude, I believe it is necessary to once again encourage this House to give consideration to the comments made by parents and other stakeholders in regard to the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, otherwise known as BELA. The education of our children is important to all parents who need to be able to communicate unique and school-specific needs at a local decentralized level. We saw this sentiment earlier this year in the Western Cape, when thousands upon thousands of parents, educators, and learners came out in numbers to roundly condemn this bill. We should agree that not only do certain clauses remain concerning to many citizens, but also that BELA remains significantly underfunded, and that the burden of funding will likely have to be carried by provinces if implemented. If this were to be the case, then so many of the innovative thinking and smart incentives championed by departments such as the WCED would be thrown into jeopardy. As we embark upon a government of national unity, it is important that we listen and work towards understanding each other. This government represents a wonderful opportunity to become inclusive of other views and perspectives that can strengthen our democracy and help improve our policy-making processes. I look forward to a future in which the DA-led Ministry of Basic Education embraces evidence-based programs, the inclusion of new ideas, greater accountability, and unwavering dedication to our educational landscape. We all know full well that children are our future. So let us work together to make that future brighter than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. van Wyk. Honourable delegates, please join me now in welcoming to the National Council of Provinces the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honourable Maule. Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to you and greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy Chair. Greetings to the two ministers, Minister of Higher Education and Minister of Basic Education, and my absent friend here who has just left, the Deputy and the two Deputy Ministers of Higher Education, and honorable members, especially the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Comrade Mike Finn. Let me acknowledge also our DG and all the hardworking team from the Department of Basic Education. Colleagues, good afternoon or good evening. It's my honor, Chair, to address this august House, the National Council of Provinces, for the first time as Deputy Minister for the Department of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa in the 7th administration. I'm not old, I'm a new Deputy Minister. Over the last half decade, the department has made sustainable progress towards achieving the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, the National Development Plan 2030, and our own vision of the department towards the realization of Schooling 2030. This progress over the last 5 years has built upon longer-term advances over the last 30 years since the transition to a democratic, unified basic education system. House Chair, to respond to an ever-changing economy and to better prepare learners for the future, the country has introduced a curriculum that equips learners with skills and competencies for the changing world. The new curriculum offerings include inter alia, coding and robotics, 11 technical subjects and new technical subject specializations, civil technology, civil services, construction and woodworking, mechanical technology, automotive, welding and fitting and machining, electrical technology, power system, electronics and digital systems, as well as the technical mathematics and technical science and marine sciences. The department is working to introduce aviation and aerospace curriculum, mining studies curriculum, and aquaponics curriculum to equip learners with skills they need to thrive in the ever-changing economy. The entrepreneurship framework is also being implemented in many schools to prepare young people for entrepreneurship, employment, and employability. This is because the department wants to see many young people acquiring knowledge and skills of entrepreneurship, employment, and employability. One area where our country has achieved dramatic change is in the opportunities for early childhood development available to our children. The honorable members in this House may recall that in 2022, the ECD was migrated from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education. In an inaugural meeting, the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, when he launched the interministerial committee, which is chaired by the Minister of Basic Education, he had this to say: there is nothing more noble a country can do than to set up the next generation to be better than the current generation. We have come a long way since the ECD function shift 2 years ago. We conducted 4 key studies in preparation for the function shift, which included the ECD census, the Thrive by 5 study, the public expenditure and institutional review, the deep dive study into implementation of the national curriculum framework for children from birth to 4 years. The 4 studies have helped us to understand the size of the ECD sector, the outcomes being achieved, and those that still need to be taken further by the sector itself, and the challenges faced by ECD. Using this invaluable information gathered from the 4 studies, the department has developed a roadmap to achieving universal access to comprehensive, inclusive, and quality ECD. House Chair, as part of access to education, a range of pro-poor education policies such as no-fee schools, which caters for 80% of the schools in the public sector, providing daily nutritious meals to about 90% of deserving learners, and providing scholar transport to more than 70% of the deserving learners on school days to avoid dropout rates, which has since improved roughly to 99% in learners between the ages of 7 to 15 years old. The department will continue to monitor these trends and implement interventions designed to keep learners in school with successful outcomes. Chair, I have already said a lot about ECD. I won't talk much, but what I want to say is that the department held a series of workshops looking at the achievements of the past 30 years and the past administration. Then they wanted to look at the gaps as to what could be the gaps. Then they had a workshop on early childhood development, learning and literacy, inclusive education, and the 3-stream model and infrastructure. The workshop was held and clear recommendations for the 7 administrations were outlined, which will be easy for the 7th administration to work on the gaps that have been identified by the sector. So on mother tongue-based bilingual teaching, learning and assessment is a mechanism to ensure an effective response to human resource and provisioning of learning and teaching support material. Schools are currently providing data on e-forms to ensure a scientific response to the real language profile of each school for 2025. Artificial intelligence will be the vehicle to use to ensure the success of the mother tongue-based bilingual education rollout, because what makes our learners at grade 4 to be seen as reading without meaning is the language, because those whose English is their first language, they do well. And those whose Siswati is their first language, they don't do well. So that's why we are exploring this mother tongue teaching, which has been piloted in the Eastern Cape, and we believe that it will yield fruits. Chair, on the the department on inclusive education is to ensure that learners with severe to profound intellectual disabilities access quality public funded education and to provide the necessary support, resources, and equipment to identify care centers and schools for the provision of the education to learners with severe to profound intellectual disabilities. The outcomes aim to improve access to quality basic education for children with severe to profound intellectual disabilities in conditions that ensure dignity, promote self-reliance, and facilitate active participation in the community. Our constitution calls on us to build an education system founded on the equality, human dignity, and advancing human rights and freedoms. These values are the bedrock of the democratic society and are integral fostering an inclusive education system that benefits all learners. On the three-stream model, in realizing that not all young people will follow the traditional academic path, we are strengthening vocational, technical, and occupational education. To address the issue of fourth industrial revolution, honorable members, we are happy to announce that the coding and robotics is piloted in schools, and now the Gazette has been signed and it will be rolled out from 2025 to all schools. So on the infrastructure, I think my minister has indicated, but much has been done. And when we look at the schools that were submitted that did not have proper toilets, there were 3,804, which we are left with only 290 or 70, as the president has indicated that day. It's not anything wrong. So, but I'm not saying that all the schools are addressed. We are still going to work with our provinces and our district to make sure that we eradicate all pit latrines. But with the double or triple engine of the intelligent, young, visionary minister and the supportive deputy minister and the hardworking DG, we promise that education will see the light of the day. Thank you, Chair.
Minister, thank you very much, Honourable Maule, for adding your insights into the debate. The next contribution will come from the Mpumalanga MEC for Education, the Honourable LC Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, ministers in the House, deputy ministers, Chairperson of the Select Committee, honorable members in the House, my fellow MECs from different provinces. We are truly grateful and most humbled by the opportunity to debate in this august House. We share a collective view that for any country or province to succeed, prosper, and to be able to care in the true meaning of the word, its education delivery needs to be progressive, productive, and efficiently delivered for all. This must at no stage be seen as a privilege, but a guaranteed constitutional imperative, purposefully delivered for the growth and development of all. We are deliberately emphasizing the word all to be clear injunction that no one must be left behind in our quest to educate the nation. Indeed, this was vividly encapsulated by the Minister of Basic Education in the list of priorities for the 7th administration. All our energies, therefore, are geared in mobilizing communities, young and old, to rally side by side with the department towards the attainment of the set targets within the stipulated time frame and in our lifetime. We are encouraged
that Mpumalanga province is one of the few provinces with the highest throughput rate, meaning that the majority of learners that enter the education system in grade R in Mpumalanga, there are high chances that they will complete grade 12. I also make a special plea to all sister departments and relevant institutions to appreciate the fact that it takes the whole village to educate a child. Therefore, there must be a deliberate quest from all to lend a helping hand for education to thrive in our country. As Mpumalanga, we are moving with the necessary speed to improve school infrastructure, eradicate pit latrine, improve learner performance, and indeed create conditions that are favorable for us to achieve this. Mpumalanga province has 101 schools where it is compulsory for learners to do mathematics and physical science. In this regard, Mpumalanga province has improved the number of learners who are taking mathematics and physical science. We have 16 agricultural schools, 45 technical high schools. We have 107 schools which are piloting the coding and robotic, and 8 secondary schools where all learners and teachers from grade 8 to grade 12 are using tablets for learning and teaching. This is to respond to the requirement of the 4th Industrial Revolution. We have also, for the past 3 years, this is our 3rd year, where we are providing tablets to all our grade 12 learners. In Mpumalanga, we want our learners to embrace the ICT of doing things and be able to compete with their counterparts throughout the world. In this regard, we are going to add to these focus areas by introducing new schools for arts, where music, film, and video will be done in those schools, and also schools of excellence, where sports, all different sports codes will be supported. 3 streams model will be implemented. And as per the pronouncements made by the President and reiterated by the Minister of Basic Education, the former President Nelson Mandela once said, "It always looks impossible until it is done." We must work together to ensure that we do not have instances where learners are unable to be in classes because there is no running water within the vicinity, where teachers are unable to focus on core responsibilities because they are scared of possible intruders who may enter a class to rob them of their belongings, where a parent may not be certain that his or her child will return home safely. These are but few impediments which have the potential to make it difficult for us to create conditions that are favorable for learning and teaching to thrive. It is for this reason that we are making a clarion call to unite in action and act in unity towards a joint effort to free schools from any form of social ills, be it drugs, gangsterism, bullying, corporal punishment, to name but the few. Our view is that education remains a precious commodity, which cannot be relegated solely to the Department of Basic Education. It is everyone's enterprise. Therefore, we are inviting everyone to be part of us. We will continue to work with education, labor formations, and all civil society to advance the cause of education delivery throughout our country. We are therefore saying that as a responsible province that is caring for our learners, supporting the budget vote as presented by the minister, We are behind the budget vote. We are committed to support as we implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dlamini. Die volgende deelnemer in die debat is die agbare Farmer. Agbare Farmer.
Did I?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Honorable Members. Education, unfortunately, is not what it is supposed to be for our communities. Where education should be the vehicle to deliver our people from poverty, it is now the reason why our pool of poor people just keeps on growing and growing. Education, and free education for that matter, should enable our children to ensure that they do end up at a much more privileged premise than that of their fathers and mothers. However, several issues are getting in their way to achieve this. If I can group all under one umbrella, it would be equality. Not being able to provide the same service at the same level to all is single-handedly the reason for different outcomes. To allow child X to sit and receive their education in a class of only 14 learners, while child Y is sitting in an overcrowded class of 40 plus learners, can never be regarded as equal education. Our children are set up for failure. How can the two teachers in both these scenarios be measured? We need more teachers to be appointed, not just for job creation, but also to lower the numbers in our classes as a matter of urgency. As the Patriotic Alliance being part of this GNU, it would be our mission to get God back into our schools. We need our norms and values to be installed into our kids. Kids attacking and assaulting their teachers cannot be tolerated for a minute longer. My hometown, where I'm coming from, called Lambert's Bay in the West Coast, finally got a high school about 2 to 3 years ago, called Lambert's Bay High School. After several years struggle by a lot of our community leaders, some of which has passed on already and could not sit in the shade of the tree they planted. It is a former primary school that was converted into a high school recently. But having been a primary school that now must serve as a high school obviously does bring its own set of challenges. Amongst others, class sizes. Clearly, primary school classes are not conducive to serve as high school classrooms. Sports facilities and infrastructure is non-existent. Asbestos roofs and walls in classes and in the hall is a serious health risk. Intercom systems for better and quicker communication between office, admin, education learners are crucially important. Insufficient fencing, and in some areas no fencing, is an urgent matter that needs attention. Even though 377 learners need WCED outsourced bus transport daily, the routes are allocated to 2 primary schools. Obviously, it creates a serious challenge for the high school's programming. I must, however, mention that the current personnel are doing their level best, and under the leadership of the principal, Mr. Carstens, and his deputy, Mr. Lakay, they are doing very well under the circumstances. Allow me to say a few words about the Western Cape Education Department. It is a boys' club of former principals who only care for each other. in all managerial positions is a former principal. It's almost an exclusive notion that only former principals need to apply. When people use the opportunity to stand behind a microphone and brag about how many schools are built and how well run a certain province is, parents and school governing bodies only lower their heads, as what is said and what reality is on the ground is not corresponding. We can only hope that those commentators do find solace in the words they speak, for only they believe it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer, and well managed on the time. Honourable members, our debate continues, and the next to contribute will be the Honourable Breert.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Farmer, I agree with you. Gelyke geleenthede is wat ons kinders gaan nodig hê. Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." In 'n land soos Suid-Afrika is hierdie in die besonder waar, maar wat belangrik is om van bewus te wees, is dat hierdie nie net van toepassing is op tersiêre onderrig nie, maar ook op basiese onderrig. Ons het graad 6e wat nie begrip het vir wat hulle lees nie, en dit gaan hulle later in hulle lewens baie probleme veroorsaak. Ons het graad 1s, meer as die helfte van graad 1s, wat nie tot by matriek maak nie. Dis nog 'n groter krisis. This is particularly worrying when you look at the over 9.2 million people that receive SRD grants. To qualify for these grants, of course, you need to be a South African citizen between 18 and 60 and all of those, but you must not receive a social grant, you must not contribute to and be eligible for UIF, you must have no financial support. So basically, you must be unemployed. Voorsitter, baie van my kollegas vandag het gepraat oor tersiêre onderwys en ek sal graag wil fokus op basiese onderwys want ek voel dat baie keer vergeet ons van basiese onderwys. Ons het nodig om 'n soliede fondasie daar te stel en dit is wat ons gaan kry in ons basiese onderwys. Christine Gregoire het immers gesê, "Education is the foundation upon which we build our future." Wat hierdie fondasie gaan versterk, is as daar gefokus word op moedertaalonderrig. Agbare minister Kwagube en adjunkminister het dit genoem vandag. En ek sê dit ook nie net lukraak nie. In an article, "Why Mother Language-Based Education is Essential," posted on UNESCO's website, research shows that education in mother tongue is a key factor for inclusion and quality learning. It also improves learning outcomes and academic performance. This is crucial, especially in primary school, to avoid knowledge gaps and increase the speed of learning and comprehension. And most importantly, multilingual education based on mother tongue empowers all learners to fully partake in society. Wat skrikwekkend is dat omtrent 5% van alle graad 6e, slegs 5% van hulle, die keuse het om in hulle moedertaal skool te gaan. En dan wonder ons hoekom so baie kinders uitval. Voorsitter, dit is 'n skrikende skande dat in die jaar 2024 ons net in Afrikaans en Engels kan skool gaan. But another area that is very close to my heart is early childhood development. And according to Dr. Heckman in his report, early childhood education, quality and access pay off. He says that research shows that a comprehensive birth to age 5 program has lasting effects on IQ, boosts academic and economic achievement, and helps prevent incidences of chronic disease and obesity in adulthood. In South Africa's ECD census of 2021, 1.6 million children under the age of 6 were enrolled in early learning programs. Concerningly, That figure was closer to 2 million before the COVID-19 pandemic, and more alarmingly, 1.15 million children aged 3 to 5 are not enrolled in early childhood development programs. The other stats are even more alarming. 40% do not have flush toilets at those schools, 45% do not have access to running water, 22% exclusively use bowl or buckets to wash their hands, 34% do not have outdoor play areas, 44% do not have age-appropriate books, and 50% do not have materials for counting. And the list continues. Voorsitter, die verskillende vorme van tersiêre onderrig is belangrik, maar dit is ons basiese onderwys wat die fondasie van ons toekoms lê. Voorsitter, ons kan baie praat oor Bella en ek gaan dit ook nie vandag doen nie, maar laat ek afsluit with a Tibetan proverb that says, "A child without education is like a bird without wings." I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We'll now move on to Honorable Andriense.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. Education is indeed the foundation of our children's future. It can either build or break their future. When I drive in the Northwest, I often see children playing in the streets, and I think, why aren't they in school? Each missed day of school creates educational gaps and diminishes future opportunities. Just as a strong foundation is vital for a sturdy house, basic education furnishes our young with the essential knowledge and skills necessary for lifelong growth and development. Early childhood development acts as a bedrock of a child's future, educational and personal growth. The formative experiences of early childhood play a pivotal role in sculpting a child's cognitive, social, and emotional development. Just as a house needs regular maintenance, for longevity, ongoing support, and investment is vital for sustaining the quality of relevance of basic education. Continuous development, curriculum updates, and professional development of educators are essential for maintaining and enhancing educational system effectiveness and responsiveness to evolving needs. By prioritizing maintenance and upkeep, we ensure that our education system remains robust and responsive to the evolving needs of our leaders of our society. The persistent disparities and history of inequalities in education are evident, influencing poor educational outcomes still today, namely rising illiteracy rates. A lot of people can read, but do they read with understanding? We as South Africa ranked last out of 57 countries in the 2021 Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, with 81% of grade 4 children unable to read with understanding. If you can't read with understanding, you can't study. Honourable Minister, I know this pains you just as much as it pains me, because our children need to be able to study. 4 out of 5 teachers lack the necessary content knowledge to teach the subjects that they are teaching. This leads to poor performance in the classroom. When coupled with the widespread overcrowding in the classes, the battle is almost lost before it starts. Many teachers lack the skills and work ethics, resulting in subpar performance. You see them dashing off just after the bell rings. There they go, as quick as possible, forgetting about the calling of teaching on their lives. And then, only 32% of workbooks were delivered in January 2024 to the schools. And hopefully by July 2024, 100% of these books were delivered. Late workbook deliveries are unacceptable. We cannot expect our teachers to execute miracles when they are burdened with so much already, namely unsafe infrastructure challenges like pit toilets, mud and asbestos structures, and then we handcuff them, the dedicated teachers, more by prolonging their access to textbooks. This, dear Minister, can certainly be streamlined moving forward. These challenges underscore the urgent need for addressing the literacy crisis and improving teacher quality in South Africa's education system. Solutions to the South African children's reading struggle include addressing the poor quality of education and integrating digital tools early on. As shown by a study conducted by SchoolNet South Africa, SNSA. 10 schools in KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape partook in this study, where each school received a set of learner tablets and an Xbox Kinect, along with specially selected apps and games. These tools, combined with extensive teacher training and support, were integrated into teaching and learning activities in grade R and grade 1. Over a 4-year period, the progress of learners in foundational skills was tracked. Data was compared with that of learners from control schools, who were assessed in tracking and tracked in a similar manner, but did not have access and benefit of these resources. The results, those who took part in this program showed significant improvement in their achievement across all 5 foundational literacies: gross motor skills, fine motor skills, numeracy, visual literacy, and oral communication skills. Looking at the budget, the following arise. Program 5, Educational Enrichment Services. This is a program where we improve learner health and wellness by implementing school health programs, including the provision of nutritional meals to all schools, learners in quintiles 1 to 3, primary, secondary, and identifiable special schools. While the budget primarily focused on the nutritional program, which is essential as a hungry child can't focus on learning properly. However, we also need to take a look at holistic developmental approach to ensure that our children are provided with all the developmental building blocks. Then there's the big ogre corruption. As we saw in an SIU investigation of 2.4 billion in KwaZulu-Natal with the school nutrition program, robbing the children whose only meal for the day comes from the school of nutrition. In the journey of education, every step is crucial. Much like the construction of a house, where each phase must be properly completed for the structure to withstand the test of time. Similarly, learners skipping school at will and teachers lacking the necessary qualifications can jeopardize the foundation and building of our education system. The implementation of grade 0 and grade R, enriched with opportunities for incidental learning, can play a pivotal role. However, the practicality of these measures remain a pressing question. My heart goes out to the small little learners that might be put into hostels for the sake of educational continuity. In conclusion, let's ponder the current challenges in education, like the increasing illiteracy rates, knowledge gaps, and education dedication issues, which impede progress towards achieving quality education for all. Collaboration is essential, and every step must be scrutinized, and especially the fact that higher education, which is the roof of the house, receives 4 times the budget allocation to basic education. Recognizing the parallel between building a house and shaping education underscores the importance of a strong foundation in early childhood development. Let's commit to working together, bridging gaps, fostering a culture of collaboration to transform education and unleash the unlimited potential of our future generations. Kia leboga, I thank you.
Re lebogile, honorable member. Honorable member, I'm now inviting Honorable Mokwele to come and address the House.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mayor Filwe Mutsweni, the Deputy Chairperson of the House, Honorable Govenda, House Chairpersons, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Members, Permanent Delegates and non-permanent delegates, those that are with us and those that are on the visual platform. The Minister of Basic Education, Honorable S. Gwarube, and your Deputy, the Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Dr. Hlengiwe Ngabani, and your Deputy, Chairperson of Select Committee on Education, Science, Creative Industry, Honorable Penny, my Chairperson, MEC present here, and those that join us on visual platform, Sector Department, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Tobela, Uyemeda Dimaseare, Honorable MEC of Limpopo, Memabungu Lerul Ramakanya, and your team. Chairperson, the Select Committee on Education and Higher Education received the presentation
on budget votes 16 and 17 for both the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education. Chairperson, as the committee, as we were engaging robustly on the presentation, we all noted the following. I'm here, Chairperson, I'm referring to all members of the committee, including Honorable Chirwa. We have noted that there is a need to intensify our oversight role as members of the committee by making sure that funds allocated is used for its intended purpose. And we also agree as the committee that we must hold the executive accountable in the implementation of the budget, ministers. And we also agree that as the committee, we must make sure that we monitor the spending patterns of both departments. But Chairperson, there is a question that I want to pose, especially to honorable members, those that they want to hold us back, those that we call them the breakers, to say that how are you going to hold the executive accountable on the budget that you never approve? And even furthermore, how are you going to make oversight on the budget that you will always say, and I'm not accepting? That is the question that I want to pose. But Minister or Chairperson, you know, here we are dealing with what we call denial syndrome. People that they will deny, even if you can put the facts on the table, even if you can put all the statistics.
Can you please take your seat? Honorable member, can we please observe the rules of the House? When the member is on podium, can you please refrain from conversing loud in exchange with what she's saying? If we could just please do that. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson, for protecting me. Even if you can put the facts on the table, they will always say no. But Chairperson, it's not up to me to judge, but it is going to be up to those electorates that they voted to them. They will decide on whether they've wasted their vote or not. So it's not gonna be up to me. But Chairperson, as we have been proceeding with the presentation, in a budget vote speech, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Hlengwe Ngabane, emphasized that the primary objective for the 7th administration is the development of the skilled and capable workforce, along with the expansion of the country's skill base to support inclusive growth. The minister also stressed the significance of sharing a vision of the future and establishing the evidence-based research-guided priorities to steer the direction of the higher education and training portfolio. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress strongly aligned with the minister outlined sentiment. The remarks are fully cognizant of the fact that effectively and sustainably building an economy involves equipping individuals with requisite skills and expertise. Chairperson, accordingly, there is a considerable interest in observing collaborative efforts between the government and the minister to fortify the correlation between the skill developed and the requisite of the workplace. It is their firm belief that the attainment of the government target demand the empowerment of all individuals through the quality education and skill training. This in turn facilitates active engagement of citizens in a democratic process and ensure the production of skills workers essential for the economy. Honorable members, in the current administration, we maintain an unyielding dedication to the youth of our nation. We inspire to participate in the committee advocating for skill training directly linked to the economic policy. For me, an integral component of economic restructuring. Chairperson, notably, a significant number of young South Africans are currently not engaged in employment, education, or training. Subsequently, it is imperative that our government continue to prioritize the employment of young individuals across all the young people with work experience, as well as affording support, financial resources, and market opportunity for inspiring young entrepreneurs. Moreover, there is a need to harmonize the provision of grants with pathway into employment, self-employment, training, and other facets of economic development. Our overarching objective is to broaden access to higher education and training opportunities while enhancing the quality, responsiveness, and efficiency of the post-school education and training system. Enhanced skill development pivotal is preserving our national competitiveness in confronting societal challenge. Chairperson, the African National Congress is steadfast in its commitment to addressing educational inequality and ensuring equal opportunity for all students in higher education, learners in school, and learners in school. We firmly assert access to education and knowledge of fundamental human rights, irrespective of race, class, gender, creed, age, sexual orientation, and physical and mental disability. Chairperson, that is why, as the African, we are surprised that we are still having a political party that are interested in political grandstanding, talking about these things. Our dedication to addressing issues related to higher education across all sectors remain unwavering. We express confidence in government's remarkable progress since 1994 in expanding access in post-education and training. Furthermore, we advocate for fostering a positive mental health and cultivation of healthy relationships to create supportive and inclusive campus community that value and understands each student. Chairperson, the serious administrative failures of NSFAS in the last administration have also been a key breach of trust in the system. We therefore welcome the various proposals of the turnaround strategy by the Ministry of the Ministry of Higher Education. Furthermore, Chairperson, we urge the Minister to ensure that the scheme is meeting its principal commitments and collaborating its institution. It must work together with and within the higher education and training ecosystem where shared accountability is possible. An effective, efficient, and trusted financial aid scheme will be a powerful glue for systematic trust in higher education. Honorable Chair, ensuring removal of financial barriers to accessing higher education and knowledge in post-secondary institutions has been an enduring and focused priority in our democratic state since 1994, but they can still deny. We emphasize the critical importance of funding opportunity for students in higher learning institutions. The ministry has pledged to undertake significant effort to ensure the National Student Aid Scheme, NSFAS system, are prepared for the upcoming 2025 application season, slated to commence in September of this year. The minister underscored the essential nature of this preparation. As NSFAS experienced a substantial increase in bursary application, the totaling approximately of 2 million in the recent current financial year. Despite this surge, Chair, a significant number of applications were successfully processed by approved, providing financial aid to a historically high number of students. Of the total volume of 419,447 were returning students, with 279,809 being the first-time entry student. Given these figures, Chair, all necessary measures are being taken to ensure the readiness of NSFAS system. That is why, as the African National Congress, we are supporting this budget. Over the medium term, the bursary scheme is poised to benefit a significant number of university and TVET students from disadvantaged backgrounds, totaling 1.5 million and 1 million respectively, across 76 public higher education institutions. The anticipated cost for the implementation of this substantial initiative is estimated at 168.9 billion over the forthcoming period. The department transfers are expected to constitute
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you.
And thanks, but as the committee, we are approving the budget. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I now take this opportunity and invite back Minister Kwarube to respond on a debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the members of the NCOP for their engagement and their robust engagement. Xa sithetha ngokubaluleka kweParlamente, sithetha into yobana amalungu aseParlamente ngababo ajonge izinto esizizisa kubo, nizijonge into yobana sithetha izinto na enizi-experienceayo egroundini. And so we do appreciate into yobana there's robust engagement xa silapha. Amalungu amaninzi apha eParlamente aye ababaza izinto ezininzi ezizi-challenges ezizikolweni zethu. Number one, the issue of safety at schools, which includes overcrowding. Number two, the issue of safety for teachers. I think sometimes we often forget that there's 500,000 teachers who too have to go into schools, often risking their lives because of some of the challenges of crime that we face in various communities. They also raise the issue of infrastructure, which is particularly something that I'm passionate about and something that I really want to champion in the department. Because over and above just simply dealing with the backlog of pit toilets in the department, we also need to look at the issue of inappropriate infrastructure. The fact that there are still schools with no windows, the fact that there are still, a member mentioned here, some schools with still asbestos, some schools that are still mud schools, those things need to be dealt with. But that's why I was asking the members of this House that we need your support, because ultimately, the funding of education is a concurrent function. So education in itself, basic education in itself is a concurrent function. And so over 80% of the budget that is allocated to us is sent to the provinces. We need this House's support in order to make sure that you hold provinces to account. I was heartened to see that a number of the MECs and appreciated their participation in the debate and their commitment to making sure that we deliver against some of the commitments that we've made. This is really, really important because if you look at it in this way, that provinces are the real implementing agents in education. In fact, they are at the coal face of where schools are or where SGBs are, and these things matter when it comes to delivery. I do not expect, as the Minister of Education, to see a single cent being sent back to Treasury with all the myriad of challenges that this sector faces. It cannot be. Provinces must make sure that we spend all our budgets to make sure that we are dealing with the challenges that the members have raised. But Chair, I need to address a number of issues. The ECD and the rollout of ECD featured prominently in some of the members. And I want to assure the members that one, there isn't an underfunding of the ECD program. Ultimately, this is how it would work. As you'll remember, the function was moved over to DBE 2 years ago. And as we ramp up the rollout of ECD centers, so will the allocation of the money. It would make no sense for Treasury to give us a large sum of money when we haven't demonstrated that we're able to roll out at pace. And that is why it's important that we demonstrate as a department. And that's where the 150 million comes from. And it's indicative of the fact that Treasury has made the commitment. It's one of the key pillars of the 7th administration. The commitment is made, it is there. And it's now up to provinces and us in the department to roll out so that we can make the case to Treasury why we need more money for the rollout. Number two, I want to also just deal with the issue around pit toilets. I personally will not rest until the backlog of pit toilets is cleared in this country. The president made it very clear that this is one of the blemishes of our constitutional democracy. And so the team and I will not rest until these things are cleared. But also it's important that as members, when you go into communities, that where there are instances of inappropriate infrastructure that has not been reported. Remember, we are dealing with the repository of information that is reported to us, but we cannot be eyes and ears everywhere. But that's why we've got members like yourselves who can report to us where they see some of these things. And lastly, I want to say, with 300 billion rand in the sector, we're not ever going to be able to deal with all these issues. And that's why I personally commit to being a pain in cabinet with my colleagues to make sure that the police come on board, to make sure that justice comes on board in terms of dealing with sexual offenses in schools, to make sure that local government comes on board in terms of delivery of local services, of basic services, water and sanitation and public works. If we're going to fix this sector, then we have to work together. It cannot be just up to education to deal with the crisis of quality education. We have to bring the entire government into the system in order for us to improve the quality of our education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I'm now inviting Minister Nkabani to come and respond.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to start by welcoming these robust engagements by the members of the NCOP. Chair, it is indeed true that there is a skills mismatch in South Africa because we are still facing a situation whereby there is a discrepancy between what the employer sought and the skills that our people possess. That's why we are coming with these various interventions and initiatives in the PSET system. We are trying to address that gap. You know, Honorable Chairperson, I'm learning, that's why I keep on thinking before. Yes. You know, today, what is interesting is that we had to learn the characterization of the years between 1994 to date, which has been characterized as the 30 wasted years. I'm also interested to know how Honorable Du Plessis can characterize the years between 1948 to 1994. I wish one day, Honorable Chairperson, or out of the session, she can as well characterize those years to me so that I get a proper understanding of what is it that was happening in that period.
Order, Honorable Member.
You know, Chair.
Honorable Minister, can you please take your seat? Honorable Member, once again, can I remind you that in terms of Rule 68, no member is allowed to interrupt another speaker on the floor. If we could just respect the rules and make sure that if there's anything that you want to raise it in accordance with the rule. As a point of order, please, honorable members. Over to you, Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm happy to learn today that all of us here in the House are going to drive transformation agenda. Because I picked up from the speakers when they were presenting their statements here, they spoke about redressing the imbalances of the past. They spoke about the inclusion. I wish when we stand here in this podium, we are not grandstanding. We're then going to translate what we say into action. How I wish I can see the interventions that Honorable du Plessis is talking about when he says we must have interventions that focuses to our marginalized people, that redresses the imbalances of the past, that ensures inclusion of our people. When we speak about inclusion of our people, we're speaking about the Africans and the Black people in particular. I hope when she speaks about this thing, she's also referring to the Black people who are the majority in this country. I believe this government of national unity is going to work if really all of us, we intend to then redress the imbalances of the past. I want to speak on one issue around NSFAS. Indeed, there are challenges, hence the predecessor decided then to appoint the administrator to address all the challenges that honorable members are raising. What are we facing currently is that when the administrator joined the NDT, we had a backlog. And by the time we had 88,000 appeals in the office that were supposed to be attended. Again, if I can report today, we only have 27,000 appeals that we are busy attending to and hoping that all those will be finalized before the end of July this year. We are also receiving, as I've already indicated, House Chairperson, numerous queries and appeals via our private emails and SMSs. I want to make a typical example in this House. DM Manamela received an email from University of Free State, which is led by the EFF Student Command. What I can inform you today is that that query or appeal has been attended to because we are responding to the needs of our people and we mean business. We're working day and night to make sure that they do access their funds. Someone said sitters are not responding to the needs of our people. What I can say before the House is that as this government, we are making strides in terms of our work integrated learning programs, where we ensure that there is application of knowledge and skills to real professional work context. So we take our people to practical work environment where they learn technical skills, where they touch, feel, and see things happening. We do that through our program of artisans development. So we're working. Those who can't see, they are blind. It's not our problem if they can't see. House Chairperson, during the summit, which was basically focusing on sitters, we then highlighted 6 high-impact programs. The first one is infrastructure development and public policy, institutional delivery capacity. The second one is skills for jobs program. The third one is sustainable entrepreneur, SMMEs and cooperative development for self-employment creation, digitalization and technological infrastructure, SETA-wide learner information management system. The last one, which is the sixth one, is rural development for community impact. We are indeed committed and dedicated to ensure that we advance as far as skills revolutions is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates, I would like to thank Minister Nkabane as well as Minister Warube, the Deputy Minister Manamela, Deputy Minister Mhaule, and also Deputy Minister Gondwe. All the MECs that have joined in today's debate, MEC Chilwane, MEC Lirule Ramakanya, and MEC Dlamini, our permanent delegates, our special delegates, SALGA representatives, for availing yourselves and having participated in this important debate. And we wish you well in your respective deployments, young as you are. We've got confidence in you, and we believe that you are indeed going to propel the agenda of transforming the livelihoods of the people of South Africa. In you, we believe. Having said that, that concludes the debate and the business of the day. The House is adjourned until tomorrow, 14 hours.